Good morning, Philip. Can you hear me? Philip, I see your lips moving. Can you do me a small favor and unmute your mic? I got a quick question
There
for
you
you.
go.
Hey, welcome. Good morning. Quick question. What market or city are you in?
I'm in Rockwall or Dallas.
Interesting. I hadn't seen you in any of my classes before. Is this your first section?
It's my first I finally found some commercial real estate classes in there, so they're hard to find. So
Yeah, and I'm kind of hesitant here because people have been told they can take this series out of order, and you cannot. Today is the beginning of the final project based on everything learned in sections 1 and 2. And you're joining us at the beginning of section 3.
why did they do that?
I don't know, and I understand.
Chica,
Hello?
we were told that they could take it out of order. We were told by
told you?
Texas Realtors.
But who? I need a name because someone's giving misinformation. There's something called a capstone project that starts today. That project assumes Philip's been in the room with us for 8 other classes. So he's going to do a graduation project starting today with 0 prior classes. That's the issue. So do you know, and you can chat it, we don't have to out anybody, but that's the concern here is I talked to Deb and John, and we all know that it must be taken in order, but someone is disseminating that information, and we need to kind of put a stop to it.
Mish, this is Diane with the Harbinger Board. I also have somebody who registered, and I let them know that it's not recommended to take it out of order, but they insisted on taking the course. I had let her know that there was already 2 classes prior to this one, and she said that she's done some commercials, so she was like, I need the hours and I want to take the class. So I did contact her.
We're gonna have to definitely talk to Deb about this, because when I get it from the top and the top says no,
okay.
But, from the other direction, we're hearing contradictory information. I just don't want Philip or anybody else who's new to, have a negative experience. Yes, Philip.
My point of view is I want to do it right. And how do I get to the first class? And I don't care.
It kicks back up again in January, just in a few weeks, really. It's just that, and it's not, Philip, it's not like you can't do the project, but why would you? You know what I'm saying? Like everyone else would be discussing things we've all done for 8 classes together.
No, I want to do it right and start at the first. So how do we go about, I guess, getting me refunded or something?
Well, the class starts again in January, and let me just double check a little something. And I apologize because I saw your face and I said, Philip, are you supposed to be in Ginger's class or my class? Ginger's also teaching the first day of the 3rd section. But
so they don't, whenever they do it on the my MetroText, it doesn't show, it just says commercial marketing negotiation. It doesn't say anything about class 1 of 3 or class 3 of 3.
And I've already mentioned it to the boss, Ms. Hernandez, that we need to do a better job of explaining that, because it comes with the capstone project, the big culminating project, that it does need to be taken in order, et cetera. So now that's going to be your call. If you want to sit in, I'm going to have to just speak with Ms. Hernandez and beg some forgiveness. But apparently I start again with section 1 on January 14th and 15th. And then, the other 2 days are the 21st and the 22nd.
What is the name of the class?
It's the TACS. It's still the TACS, but you'd be taking section 1.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Nothing on here says TACS.
On here, what? What do you?
On where you register for the classes in my MetroText.
Okay, and I'm in Houston, and I'm hired just by the state, so I can't.
All it says is commercial marketing negotiation.
That's the name of the section. So again, some of this is branding, the way it's listed, and you're not going to know and you wouldn't know. And this is brand new. We're going to get it together. I promise you, Philip, we are. We're going to get this together. But You're literally joining us when people like Sharon and Joe have been with us for 8 classes. Hey, Sharon and Joe. And they know each other and they've gone through all these concepts and now they got to do a group project.
I don't have a problem at all. I'd really like to start on page 1.
Okay, so again, that's going to be January 14, 15, 21, 22. Take a look at your schedule, see if that works for your life.
But what will the name show up as is my problem.
Um,
Because if they can't name these consistent, how am I supposed to figure it out?
Each section, just like the GRI, has different names. So it's not a naming problem. It's just a naming familiarity question. And let me just get that for you. And it won't be listed yet either, by the way. I don't think it's in the schedule yet. I think they'll wait for a week or two to release it, but let me double check the name for that for you. Almost there. All right, let's see. Almost there, my friend. I'm just going through the website to go, because they did recently rename these, by the way. It's one of the reasons why I don't have it memorized by heart myself. And okay, TACS 1 is called Introduction to Commercial Real Estate. And so it may be listed that way.
Okay.
Yeah, and then section 2, just because we're here, that one's called Commercial Real Estate Property Development. That would be the title of section 2. And then section 3 was renamed Commercial Real Estate Marketing and Negotiation. What do you see listed? I'm just curious.
Well, commercial property real estate negotiation was on what this one was under.
Yeah, they've renamed them since. This is so brand new. It's still very much a work in progress. But commercial real estate marketing and negotiation is what they're calling it now. Let's see, but the new name for TACS section 1 is Introduction to Commercial Real Estate, and you'll know you're in the right place because of the 30 hours.
Okay. All right, so January 14th is when that starts.
Yes, sir. So it's going to be split up by a week. So 14, 15, and then what were the other dates I gave you? I think 20.
Oh, I didn't write down. Just the next week or something.
Hold on, let me go back and look. Let's see. 14, 15, 21, 22. That's when it is set up for January, my friend.
Okay, so can y'all just give me a credit or something on this one?
Where's our friend Elizabeth? So is
Well,
that
I will email you.
Okay, thank you.
awesome? And Elizabeth, let me just apologize because that's part of the issue that we've had with a couple of new faces is the culminating project. And so Philip would be in there and he'd be getting to the end going, what in the heck are we talking about? Because he hadn't had the benefit of talking about it with us.
It's no problem.
Awesome. Hey, Gwendolyn. Hey, Benjamin. Good morning, y'all.
All right, well, that'll work. Thank y'all.
Philip, we're going to see you real soon, my friend. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Bye.
All right, that took a considerable amount of time. Let me continue setting up. I'll see you guys shortly.
You know what? Yes, hang on.
Good morning, all my lovely, friendly faces. Happy to see everybody back. We're going to be starting, hey, Benjamin, in about maybe 5 or 6 minutes. We definitely want to give our proctors and monitors time to get everyone registered. And this section is going to be very different. So hold on, y'all. It's not going to look the same as the first 8 classes. It's going to be very, very different. But I'll see you guys shortly. So grab your coffee, your snacks, even your Pepperidge Farm cookies if you need them. Grab what you need to make your day good. What would life be without Raquel Berger's dog and that yawn? You know, I always look forward to that yawning face. Okay, let's see. Put that down. Put my chat window to the side. Okay, catching up on the chat. Okay. Let's see. Let's see, participants. I guess that was my signal to put my own phone on mute. And let me get all of my proctors co-hosted really quick. Let me get my folks taken care of here. Co-host, co-host. Let's get us co-hosted. Awesome. Proctors, if I missed you, let me know so I can definitely get you co-hosted. I'm almost done with all of you. Got one more to go from South Padre. Okay, so if I missed anyone, let me know so I can get you co-hosted, my friends. Hey, stop chewing those wires. Get, scooch, stop. Stop that. Scooch, stop. Great, 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 great. Okay. And for those of you who put things in the chat, I think I responded to everyone. So take a look in there and see if you still need an answer from me. If you still need one. Hey, Matthew and Raquel and Carolyn and Niquay and Raymond. Good to see you guys. Hey. Santosh. Okay, I still did not mute myself. Let me do that right now. And to all the proctors in the room, how are you guys looking on your registrations? Are we waiting on a couple of folk or is everybody here?
All my agents are in for Harlingen or HBOR.
Awesome.
South Padre as well.
I have reached out to the 2 that are missing, but we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, and let me try.
Weatherford has it all, everybody.
Everybody's ready? Jeez, what a morning. Are you guys trying to tell us we're trying to get to the end and get it over with? Is that what you're saying? I'm just teasing. All right, well, good morning to everybody who is in the room. I am going to share my screen. And I'm going to depend on a little help from you all today, as if I have not for the past 8 days. I usually have time to set up a secondary screen so I can watch myself the way you see me. I haven't had time to do that because we were putting out some other fires this morning. So if I need to flip the screen, can someone tell me, please, so I can put it back on whatever you need to see? So with all that said, we have got a whole different setup this morning. You all know the usual. This is brand new, even for me. And this class was written to be taught live, except we're nowhere near each other. And so we're gonna have to figure this out together. And I think I have a solution for how we're gonna do it, but bear with me and don't forget at the end of day 4 or when you get your feedback links, definitely let me know your thoughts because we just need to make sure we get it right for the next go round. So with all that said, let me put the screen up. I think you all are looking at thumbs up if you're looking at the fast pass screen. Is that what you all see right now? Awesome. All right, just in case we've got people, because we do have people going back and forth between instructors. Let me at least start from the beginning today, and then we won't do this again anymore. But you are in section 3 of the TACS. Commercial real estate marketing and negotiation. So this is the beginning of the end for you guys. Our very general guidelines are as follows. So our login, check-in, you guys did great. A couple of you, Sharon Yuri, beat me in the room. I'm always so embarrassed when someone gets here before me. But you all did a great job of getting in there on time. Thank you so much. And if your technology fails, and it does for all of us, me included, just pop back in. We'll be here. You've got the right to, be out and in according to Trek rules. If your technology fails, we're not going to throw you out for that. And if you do have issues and you can't get back in, be sure to call your board directly and let someone know, hey, I'm locked out or whatever the case might be. Make sure you stay visible on camera at all times so I can see you. You all know how we feel about half of your face. I need to see the whole thing. So that way we know you're not on the phone holding another meeting. I have been known to be a little sneaky and I will open up a microphone just to see who else you're talking to. So we read lips too. So be careful not to have other side conversations. And hands in the air. Let me just stop the screen here. I need some testimonials, y'all. Do we take breaks around here or what? Do we take some breaks, y'all? So if you've never been in my room, y'all need to understand something. We take breaks, okay? When I tell you we break, we break. And that's out of respect for the fact that so many of you are transactional. That will happen again for the next few days, especially when we hit Monday and Tuesday next week. I got you all, my friends. So many of you are right in the middle of work, and I can't stop you from getting your workflow on. All right, so with that said, right there, can you resist the urge to take conversations to the side as well? Resist the urge to do computer-based work. And more importantly, no matter how much I bore you, please resist the urge to take a nap on camera. It has happened one time in my 9-year career. Young lady came back from lunch, decided she was going to lie down on the couch for part 2 of class and was gone. We couldn't wake her up for nothing in the world, and her colleagues started taking pictures. I cannot control that. So if you fall asleep, you're on your own. Don't step away from the camera unless it's an emergency. So let your monitors know. If you do have an emergency, that's what Diana and everyone else are in here for, Elizabeth, and just let them know. We're caring folks here, y'all. You are responsible for your technology, just like I'm responsible for mine. And if I get locked out, I'll pop back in. Y'all got to give me a minute too. If I'm gone for more than about 5 minutes, give yourself a 5-minute break. That means I've had to relog in and reset everything. So if I'm gone for more than 5, take a 5. Last but not least, cameras get stable. So no up and down your own hallways. I know you're at home, but no distractions. And be sure to complete the eval at the end of the 4 days and return it as soon as possible. As of this moment, Santosh and friends, you're in your new classroom. Last thing you need to know for sure, no Zooming and driving. You can't have it. It's state law. It's not even a Trek rule. It's a state law. So no driving and Zooming. If we see you in the car, we're going to not even disturb you so that we don't cause an accident. We're just going to remove you from class without notice or without refund. So you are on notice right now. No Zooming and driving. With all that said, this is where we are. Look at everyone's faces. I don't know how you have your screen set up, if you can see everyone else's faces or not. I see Santosh's protein there. There we go. But everyone is smiling. Everyone's looking happy. We're starting our day here. And then lunch happens, and you guys have done a really good job of not pulling one of these on me, right? But sometimes in an effort to stay awake, y'all know how it goes, someone gets chatty up in here. Y'all have done a pretty decent job of not being the chatty one, but please understand, when you are the chatty one, the rest of us are secretly doing this, okay? So resist the urge. Definitely contribute in class, but a comment for every slide, yeah, it's a little bit much. So just resist the urge, guys, but definitely comment, especially if we're talking about something in your wheelhouse. Now, for those of you who don't know me, and you should by now, that's me. When I bother to put on a little makeup, put on my good clothes, and curl up my hair. But been in real estate for about 20 years now, and I've been licensed since '06. My specialty is commercial leasing, and as you all could tell from the other section, property management, that's my love. I am a broker, I have a firm, and I own a real estate school. I'm active with the Realtor Association on 3 levels, locally, state level, and the national level. So I write for all 3 publications on all 3 levels, and I serve on some committees and some boards and give up my time. And I also am the author of a series called Commercial Leasing 101 Bootcamp. Let me just put this back in the atmosphere. For any of you who felt like you needed to back up a little bit because the curriculum was really, really heavy and you need to step down a little bit, finish this. I'm glad you started here, but Commercial Leasing 101 has 4 parts to it that will get you through literally doing lease transactions, LOIs, etc. And it'll give you a better base of language and vocabulary that we assume you already know because you're here. So if you need to take a step back, let your proctors and monitors know that you'd like to see that in your markets. We'll bring it to you because it is set up for next year already. So again, for those of you who feel like we kind of slammed you with a little too much, we got you. All right, back to the screen. How are we doing? We're doing all right. Okay. So let's see. Designations. There's some alphabets behind my name. I also do a little television contribution here in Houston. I am curious though. Does anybody feel a certain way? Just asking about the alphabets behind your name. Does anyone feel like they're important, or do you feel like you can move through your career just fine without them? And you can open up your mic. I'm just curious.
I don't even think other realtors care.
I think you're right. I had a friend tell me one time that with no alphabets next to my name, this was her argument, not mine. She said, when I put my business card up next to your business card, and I've got titles and alphabets and certifications, and yours is plain, whose card do you think the customer might gravitate towards? And I still said, I don't know. I think that depends on who you are as a person. If you're personable and if you know your stuff, whether you had the time or the funds to go take these classes or not. So I don't put too much weight behind the alphabets. That's why I just teasingly call them the alphabets. I just don't want anybody feeling a certain kind of way for not having a few alphabets behind your name. I didn't start accumulating those till about maybe 4 years ago, and I've been doing this for 20 years. So I did just fine without them, but education is also great. I just wanted to say that. Some people
Yeah.
do feel.
Miss, but also,
Yes.
also, if if I was looking at a doctor's name, if they had different designations after their name, it means something to me. And it means something to me that I have those designations. I'm proud of them because they're hard. They're hard to get, and you have to really focus and sacrifice some time and not business, but time to achieve those. To
And
me, it's a
money.
goal.
And money.
Lots of money.
Let's not forget. And for me, the designation choice was about money. If I was to be transparent with everyone, it was about how much that stuff cost versus the other things I needed to balance in my life. And so I moved forward and learned so much, but I just didn't have the designations to back them up. But Sharon, your point's well taken. I mean, it matters to some folks, but I can also say that you can thrive and do just fine also without them. You just need to sell yourself. But hey, we're on our way to putting 4 new letters behind our name. You guys are the first class. Y'all know that, right? So you're getting close to the end, my friends. Let me put that screen back up for you. CCIM will matter to some people. Some people don't know what that means. I mean, it's a subjective thing. I get it. CCIM matters. I think, let me say this. There are people in our industry who will bow down to the CCIM, my friends. They see them alphabets and they take a couple steps back. And then you've got some investors in the market who have no idea what that stuff means. Personally, I just think it has a lot to do with how you present yourself, making sure people know that you know what you're doing. And then even when they do see the letters, explain to them what they mean so that they understand that you specialize in negotiation, you specialize in commercial. So I don't negate any of it, but definitely, don't count yourself out because you don't have them. Let me just say that. All right, so back up on the screen, and Raymond, if you got that sucker, you're one step ahead of me because I do not have the time or the money to get it. More background on me, just very quickly. My career has taken me through some of the largest entities in the country. CB Richard Ellis, Transwestern, Jones Lang LaSalle. ESG Insignia is not with us anymore, but I did do time with that company, and Tarantino. And then of course, at the bottom of the screen, I'll pop up some of my tenants. People I've either had to work with or represent over the years. And I have learned some massive lessons with Shipley's, Baker Hughes in particular. Vicky Secrets has taught me quite a bit. There's a lot, and in the GSA as well. Lots of stuff to learn because of my tenants. Wonderful, wonderful tenants. And then of course, in case any of you are from the Houston market and you've seen my face, well, that's where the face came from. Came from some blogs and some magazines and some newspaper appearances, and there you go. Life moves on. Just get involved. But more importantly, look where we are, guys. You all are almost there. One more time, this is the start of the end. Congratulations. I'm so proud of all of you. Yes, Chris Parker, you all should be smiling. You're almost out of there, Erica. We've got 4 more days to go, and you all are, you'd be rid of me and have a wonderful Christmas and New Year's if you celebrate it. But now we need to talk about what's coming. For 4 days, we're going to be talking about contracts, and contracts are going to come up in a big, big way. It's not going to be difficult, but it's going to be quite a bit. You're going to have a capstone project. This is the culminating project. You all will make group presentations at the end of day, or the first half of day 4 before your exam. We are going to discuss some CRE platforms you all can work in. And then you're going to be spending time with each other and not with me. What? So it's totally different, Matthew. It's not going to be the same situation. So today, don't forget, if you need me, my cell number is right here, 832-768-1711. And then these are our objectives for the day. So some investment considerations. We're going to look at pro formas today. Capstone project, we're going to introduce it today and let you get started. We'll be looking at some tools. We're looking at all the tools, CoStar, RPR, LoopNet. We're going to look at everything. Commercial gateway, exit strategies. We bought the property in the beginning. Now we need to get rid of it. And negotiation conversations, at which point we're going to really need to hear from some of our pros in the room who have definitely negotiated some sales. So with that said, continuing forward, in your books, don't forget, I cannot account for page numbers, and I'm not going to make the corrections until we're done because the books are going to get edited again. So those page numbers are approximations up at the top. Way in the back of your book, around 275. I don't know if that's exactly the page, but around page 275, you've got a capstone project. And that is your end of the series project, your senior exhibition that you guys have to do together as groups. We're going to do small groups. Originally, this project was supposed to be something that we split the classroom in half for, and you all worked on for 2 hours. And then we presented, and then we went into exams. We can't do it that way, so check it out. Here's what we're going to do. Uh-oh. There we go. So in about 4 small groups, you're going to be assigned to one of 2 scenarios. The objective of the project is for your group to go through the goals of each scenario and decide what methods you're going to apply to determine a suitable set of properties for your imaginary clients to consider. So it's just you're going to be looking for properties you want your clients to consider. It's not too deep. It's not asking for too much. So what you're going to need to do is apply as much as possible from what you've learned through the course to include a bit of a financial analysis. Now, let me just say, we're not looking for a massive Excel spreadsheet to be presented on screen. That's going to be real difficult. It's part of the hazard of us not being in the classroom together, Raquel. So much of this will be verbal unless you really do want to put something on screen. That's going to be y'all's choice. You may find it helpful to designate speakers. When we call on group number 1, who's the speaker for group number 1? Now, let's be real fair here and let's go ahead and say it out loud. Where are my people? Matthew? And who else is a skilled person? We've got some skilled folk up in this room. We've got Joe. Have you done transactions before? Okay, and I'm looking at Carolyn. We've got some pros who've done this before. Benjamin, Raymond for sure. Let me just say this to our pros in the room. You all will not be put in the same group. We're going to need to spread you all around so that there is a fair distribution of pros and novices in the groups. So just bear in mind that we're gonna have to have y'all share the love and share the expertise. And while the work will not be dumped on you, I just don't want to clump you all in the room so we can make the rest of us look like Alvin and the Chipmunks. So just letting you know, we're gonna, Chandra, that's you too, my friend. And then who else has done the 1031 exchanges? There was one other person in the room. That's you, Chandra. Okay. So we're going to put our pros in the rooms with some of our novices to keep it all fair. Back to our screen here. So take a look. You're going to be grouped according to your respective boards or cities. That way, I don't have someone in Houston working with someone in Waco going, well, that's not how it is here. We're going to try to keep you together. So with all that said, what I need you all to do is make sure at the very beginning of your name on screen, it all looks the same. And I am seeing SPI, MTEX, GMWAR, Arbor. So I'm seeing that all of you did put your board names in front of each other. If you didn't, please do and keep it uniform because I'm going to need to spend some time while you're on break getting your breakout groups together. And you're going to meet for the first time shortly. And so some of you who are alone, there's only a couple of you, we're going to put you in nearby associations, hopefully, so that you all can work in familiar areas. I hope that helps a little bit. So if everybody has renamed themselves, that's the goal here. Let's go back and look at what we're doing. Every day, you're going to get a few groups sessions together. That's why I keep telling you it's different. You're not going to be listening to me all day. You guys have to do group work. 20 minutes here, 15 minutes there, 10 minutes here. We got to break up the monotony and let y'all get together and get to work. There's also a weekend between us. That is up to you all if you want to exchange information and work your weekend. That's totally your call. It's not a requirement of us. So let's take a look. We're going to be presenting no more than 15 minutes each. I say 20, but that means we start cutting into exam review. So 15 to 20 minutes is all you're going to need. And trust me, it's going to fly by. We're only going to have about maybe 3-4 groups at best so that we have plenty of time for exam review and the exam. The exam in this section is not going to be that difficult. So y'all know me, I got you. And let's take a look here. You've already typed out your board association nicknames before your names. Let me just say this. If you're in a group number 1, then you're taking scenario 1. If you're in group 3, an odd numbered group, you're also taking scenario number 1. If you're in an even numbered group like 2 or 4, you're taking scenario number 2, the even numbered scenario, all of which are in your book somewhere around page 275. Yeah, we do have a lot of Houston folks up in here, Niquay. I'm gonna have to split y'all up. And by the way, if you're in Houston and I'm reading the chat and I see the MTEX, for now, what I need you to do is change your name for me, just so we know what board what city you're really from. Thank you all for making that notation. I'm gonna need to know, and again, I'm gonna spend some time on break, making sure that we record your groups so that we can always regroup you the same way for the next 4 days. So if you all don't mind, I need to see the city you're actually from. Thank you all for sharing with me that you're from different cities, not the ones I'm looking at. Change your names for me there. Giving everyone a moment to do that. Yeah, Benjamin, if you can just put Dallas in front of your name, this will give me an opportunity to see where you're really from and group you accordingly. And admittedly, it's going to take just a moment because if we were in a live classroom, we just could have sent you to your respective tables there. Now, when you get in your groups, when I finally do get you into your groups, you all definitely need to spend a few moments discussing your strengths and weaknesses. Some of you have a bent for property management. Some of you are more financial. Some of you love to search properties, or you're familiar with some of these search platforms. Some of you might even have membership to the platforms. So discuss your strengths and weaknesses when you first get started. Okay, Sharon, let me address that during lunch, if you don't mind, my friend. Excuse me, you all, I was reading the chat. And now let us take a look at, dun, 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 your actual assignments. Let's see. There we go, we did that. So if you get scenario number 1, this is what you're going to be doing, and it's in your book. So this is just a summary, but again, it's in a lot of detail in your book. But you're going to be working for a client called ABC Financial Advisors, a mid-sized financial firm that's in California. And they've got regional offices all over the country and globally. Now, they're supposed to be offering a wide range of investment tools and investment management solutions, etc. But they're going to be buying their property. So if you get assigned to group 1, be sure to catch the clue. You're working with a buyer client, not a tenant that's going to be leasing. Now, there's going to be a whole bunch of other factors listed in the book for what they're looking for. So again, as a group, you all will need to read the full scenario, but that's the difference here is group number 1 is going to get the purchase. Group number 2 is going to be working for imaginary client VSA, a major manufacturer of street trusses. And you guessed it, that picture on the right is what a street truss is, just in case you wondered. But they need to build a large warehouse, or excuse me, get a leased space big enough so they can build these trusses for their large warehouses, airport hangars, and other industrial facilities. So their only location currently is in Ohio, but they need to lease space, not purchase it. So there's going to be a whole bunch of factors and things they're looking for. So just be aware, one is a purchase, one is a lease, and you're going to be making these presentations to me, as well as some members of the commercial committee for Texas Realtors, and maybe even everyone's boss, Miss Deb Hernandez herself, as well as the vice president over commercial, Tiffany Wu. So Deb is over professional development for Texas Realtors. So we're going to actually have an audience that is your pretend client. And no nerves, no need to be nervous. It's only, the highest you can go in all of Texas Realtors, like the boss. So don't get nervous, but it will be kind of cool because very few people get to meet these folks. And so you will have a face-to-face interaction with them. Please make me proud. My job is on the line. Okay. So make sure that you present well and have fun. Just more than anything, have fun. I will tell you this. Your presentations are not getting graded. There's not going to be some A, F, C, D, whatever B put on your certificates. It's just going to be an illustration that you picked up some concepts. That's all. So with all that said, let me see. Anything else I need to share with you? Take a look. No, there's not. We're right where we need to be. We're at one of our infamous breaks. We're at the top of the hour, my friends. So give me a moment to start getting on your assignment groups together. See back here about 10 minutes, maybe 15. It might need to be 15. Let me see. Hey, William Donaldson. I see, open it, if you can open your mic for me, my friend.
Yes,
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm wonderful. I'm happy to be standing because it's so cold over here. I'd love to be back under my comforter.
Yes, understood.
I would love to be. I am curious, is this your first section? Have you taken this in the other, because there has been another instructor teaching.
No, this is my first time coming here for any type of real estate, for any type of commercial real estate investment. I used to be an investor myself. I actually bought apartment buildings, but as an investor. But this is the first time I'm taking an actual commercial real estate class.
Gotcha. Oh, wow. Love to see in some of my other ones. Let me put this on the table for you. And I'm reading what my other proctors are sharing with me, is that we're getting a little conflicting information because I was always told this needed to be done in order for obvious reasons, because we're about to do a group project, assuming you'd participated in classes 1 through 8. So with all that said, you're doing our end of term project with us. Do you want to stay, or do you want to start at the beginning, begin at the beginning, like some of the other people have opted to do?
I'd rather begin at the beginning because I like to do things in order. That way you get everything accordingly.
Well, and that was a choice I wanted you to have, because there is a logical order to the way the classes are set up. What we're about to start doing now is the capstone project. And I'm sure you can jump right on in it and get her done. I'll be honest with you. You probably could, since you're an investor. And we're going into contracts, a lot of contracts. So you'll get to see all the TR contracts. And then, if you decide that you want to circle back around and do sections 1 and 2, then you're done. But that choice is yours. So I needed to let you know what the heck was going on, because you're like, how did we get to the end of the term project? That's how.
Yes, I'd rather, just from my experience, I like to build the foundation and then move on up. So I'd rather start the first class and then move on up until I progress back to where we're at today.
Okay, so with that said, what I would like for you to do is speak with your monitor at MetroTex about how you all can best handle that. I just didn't want you in here going, wait a minute, what? Because it would be one of those things where I keep referencing stuff that we'd already done or spoken about, and you're feeling left out. And I really don't like to do that to people.
Okay. Now, when you say my monitor, I'm assuming the lady that I signed up the class with. So I don't know if she's on here or not.
Well, now I know Elizabeth is in the room, wonderful lady there. So Elizabeth is available to help you. And then also, of course, you can always just call the board and sort of explain your thoughts about how you'd like to reorder your steps. But let me say this. Getting into the classes is tight because it's not the kind of thing that's offered every day. So let me give you one more layer of information.
Okay.
We're not back on the scene with class 1 until January 14, 15, 21, and 22. So that's when the 4 days begin again. Are you available?
Yes, this is all I do. I don't work. This is my work.
Okay. Okay, so those are the dates when we kick off section 1 again.
Okay.
15, 21, 22. And so it's a Thursday, Friday, and then another Thursday, Friday, and then, we'll go on into section 2 in February.
Okay. Now, well, I just called the lady I first started with, or there's Elizabeth here so I can talk to her.
You might be able to speak to her during break, or you can definitely make the phone call, but I wanted to give you the choice. I wanted you to understand why I keep referencing things in the past.
Question, will Elizabeth be in my group if I stayed?
I'm here right now.
Oh, there you are, Elizabeth. Nice to meet you. What do you think, since your experience here, in order to do my transition? Do I need to call somebody? I need to call you? Do you have a number for me?
If you want, I can go on ahead and just transfer your money and get you registered, and then I will send you a confirmation email.
That sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Well, see, look at Elizabeth, got all this up under control. Elizabeth.
All right.
You're welcome. Yeah,
Awesome.
William, I will send you an email here shortly once I transfer your money over, and then I will send you that receipt and confirmation of the date.
Okay. Now, what do I need to do now? Do I stay in here or do I just sign off?
You just sign off.
Sign out? Okay. Well,
But you better come back now, William. Okay, I've seen your face. I've seen you. So
you will see me again. I am serious about the commercial side of it. I want to start buying small apartment units. Actually, I just want as an investor, but I need to learn everything about how this thing works. So
Yes.
I'm not a type of person, start from the ground up and start learning everything.
Yes, sir. Well, I've got to get my groups ready, so I'm going to let you go, but it has been a pleasure to speak to you, and I look forward to seeing you in
It was a pleasure meeting you and everybody here. Hopefully I'll see everybody again. And you
Yes,
folks
sir.
take care. I'm logging out.
Yes, sir. Bye, William.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you, Elizabeth.
You're welcome.
Okay.
All right, everyone, get ready to come back from break in just a couple more minutes. We had a little situation to handle, so admittedly, I need about 2 minutes, but get ready to come on back. Awesome. Okay. I think I finally got everything situated. All right, so this is going to be my attempt at splitting everyone up. So did everyone change the names of the cities that they're registered through to the city that you actually are in working today? Is that everyone's correct area? Awesome. So let's go ahead and do 4 groups. That means you all need to present no longer than 15 to 20 minutes each, but 10 to 15 is also fine. So we're going to do breakout rooms. And I'm going to tell it to assign you automatically, and then I need to move you around. So when you see yourself in a room, give me a few moments because many of you are going to get switched around. So give me just one momentito. And let's see what it'll let me do here. Create. Let's go back. So just get settled, say hello, be nice, drink coffee, share pet pictures or something, just, you know. Options. All right, so unassigned, we've got 31 of you. And so we're gonna put Weatherford. Can you tell me what city you are next to?
Fort Worth.
Dallas.
Dallas, Fort Worth.
Okay, so let's see. So you would be great with Benjamin. Okay, let's put Benjamin over there with you. Uh-oh, we got Ben and Raymond all in the same room. Boy, y'all are gonna, uh-oh. All right, so we've got room 2 full. Room 1, let's see. Houston, we're gonna need to break y'all up in a big way. Let's see who's in the Houston room. Chandra, putting you in room 3, my friend, assigned to room 3. And then we're gonna put some folks in there with you. 3. Awesome. Okay, assigning some folks some rooms. Now, I'm not sure when you're going to see your invitation to join the room. Matthew, sticking you in room 4. Let me put you in there with some other folks. Let's see. Forgot just that fast what Matthew is in Dallas. Okay, so let's get some other Dallas folks in there. I'm getting there, y'all. Excuse me. Okay, breakout rooms. Some of you are in room 1, room 3, room 2. Room 3 needs more folks from Houston. Houston's got Chandra. I need a pro in the room. Gwen, there we go. Where's my friend Gwen? Gwen is in the wrong room. Almost done, my friends. Let's see. Austin, who are you near? Brownsville, who are you near?
Harlingen. Close to Harlingen.
Okay, so who in the room would you, because you're the only one, Angela Jones, you're the only one in Arbor. Which group would you like to go to? Dallas, Houston, what would work for you?
I would, well, let's see, Joe is from Austin, but I would think maybe not Houston since they don't have zoning and we have a lot of zoning up here. So Arlington up that way. I don't know.
I'm looking around. Okay, let's see. I'm going to put you in room, how about Dallas? Will Dallas work for you?
Sure.
Okay, I'll put you in Dallas. All right, last groupings are proctors, monitors, me. Okay, Candace Spurlock. Candace is in Houston. I need to send you 2, room 3, Miss Spurlock. And then we've got Dallas folks are all still in room 1. So Joe, I'm gonna put you in 1. All right, let me put the rest of you in group 1. Now, some of you are cross markets because you're the pros in the room, but let's go. Got you, Gail. Miguel, where would you be best suited? I've got a group of folks that are in Dallas. I got a group of folks in Houston. A lot of Dallas folks. Where would you feel more comfortable, Houston or Dallas?
Houston is closer. Corpus is close too, but I mean.
Okay, so let me assign you to, let me put you in.
Put me in Houston. Yes, put me in Houston.
Awesome, that'll be group. That's a big old group. Let me ask you this, I apologize. It's so heavy. There's 7 people in there. And I need to get folks in either Weatherford Metrotex or Dallas with 1 Austin person. Uh-oh. Which market would you feel better in?
I guess the closer to me will be Austin, but you want me to be, oh, you want me to be in Dallas, right?
Let's put you in Dallas. Yes, sir. You should have an invitation. Gail, you should have an invitation to go to your room now. Go ahead and accept it. Sharon Yuri, Sharon, I need to put you somewhere. Did I put you somewhere? Joe needs to go to. Sharon, I see you, but for some reason you appear to be, you haven't accepted your invitation to join group 3. You should see somewhere on your screen an invitation. Do you see it? There you go. Same thing for you, Gwendolyn. You should see an invitation somewhere on your screen to join.
Well, I'd seen the group to join, and then when I went in, it brought me back out.
That I don't understand how to, let me just move you back to, you're in group. Let me do this. I'm going to move you to group 1 and then pull you, let me see, is group 1 Houston, Dallas? I'm going to put you in group 1 and then move you right back to, actually, I'm going to move you to group 2. How about that?
Is group 2 with Chandra?
Group 2 is with, let's see, Raymond, Benjamin knows a lot of stuff, Raquel, but that's mostly Weatherford and Dallas. Chandra's in group 3. So here's what I need to do. The only way I can see to get you back to group 3 is let me throw you in another group and then move you back to 3.
Okay.
Let me just throw you somewhere. Boom.
Okay.
All right.
So join it now?
Yeah, join it and then I'm gonna go move you back. Let's see if everybody's back in. Just waiting on a few more folks to pop over.
Now, what was the purpose of that meeting again?
We were late bloomers. We we didn't get
Well, let me just tell you what you, and you can still accomplish this individually, but the purpose was to read your assignment, just to see what the full scenario was, which you can even do on break, and then determine who we might be doing what work. You all might have decided that as a group, I'll do a lookup. I have a LoopNet account or I have a CoStar account. Let me just look up a few buildings real quick. And then based on the details in your scenario, this is why we're going to choose these 3 buildings. And then just be prepared to present why you selected the buildings you selected. Or the leases. I don't know which group you're in by heart. I see you were in group number, let's see, you were in Carolyn 4. Okay, so you're doing the lease. And in your case, you may decide to say, this is why we chose this building because the triple nets or this or blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So it's just really reading your scenario, exchanging phone numbers if you all needed to share information, that kind of thing. And then determining who had what tools so we can get certain work done. So with all of that on the table, you'll do this again. Hopefully I get you in the right rooms, but I did go ahead and make notes. So every time I should be putting you all in the right rooms. If for some reason I goof that up, just pop out of the room and I'll put you where you're supposed to be. Let's move on. No, we got a couple things to look at real quick. And then it's, believe it or not, time for another break, y'all. So let's get going. So you did your session. We're already there. We're finally in our books. And we're going to be looking at property pro formas, which are pretty much these really very cool spreadsheets that investors might put together so they can say, well, if we do this and we do that and we do this, then maybe the property will perform a certain way. Maybe I can get a certain return if I move some things around, if I put this much into capital improvements, if I take this much out for something else. And so we're just going to look around at 3 examples in the next, I want to say hour or so, and a couple of concepts. But it's really, really super simplified, unlike everything else in your book. This is very simplified. And it's just a really quick way of assessing some cash flows and potential performance for the property that your client might want to buy over the holding period. So in the due diligence of a chapter of our books earlier, we'd already covered how important it was to get financial information on the property. And we're going to use some of that in our imaginary pro formulas. And it doesn't matter if you're repping the buyer or the seller, the financial performance information is needed, period. So we're going to evaluate a pro forma statement and just kind of look at numbers and figure out how you should see them. What things should you see when you're eyeballing one of these documents? And again, they're not difficult. Now, hidden and buried up in your text somewhere, and I don't know if it's on page 9, so again, forgive me, because there's a chart saying maybe 3 or 4 pages up, right? And it's referencing this chart according to my old book that's on page 12. In your books, it may be up to maybe 14, 15, and I don't know how it looks, but there should be this shaded area that's light green. So if you can see it in color, what it's saying is the stuff that's in light green is typically not on a pro forma statement, but the author of your book decided I'm going to put it there anyway, just to kind of let you see some other considerations and things that are deemed important, but they're not typical. So again, they're aware, they're making some exceptions to the rule, but that's just for education purposes, not an industry standard. So again, I don't know your page numbers per se, but just be aware if you see some light green on a chart, they're pulling it out to let you know this isn't normally what you're going to see on a pro forma statement. So before we dig in, very, very early in the series, which is why we encourage people to take this thing in order, we covered cash on cash returns. And we discovered we're going to do that by dividing cash flow before we consider our taxes by the total amount of the cash the investor put in. Some investors say COC, cash on cash, is a good measure for seeing if cash flow is efficient. My investor client says he could care less about cash on cash. Does anyone else's clients use that as an assessment tool? Because mine says that's off the table. Who was that was speaking? I cut you off. I heard someone. Oh, and thanks for the page numbers, guys. My client who purchases homes in the Fresno area here, right outside of Houston, Missouri City, cash on cash is not something he looks at. He knows what it is. He knows how to do the calculations, but for him, it wasn't the important tool because I specifically asked him just so I could see. So some clients want this, some don't, but we're going to move forward with something else that might be equally important, and that's something called the equity multiple. And you're going to get this number very, very simply. This is like one of the easiest things I'm going to show you ever. And it's found by dividing the total cash paid to the investors by the total amount of equity put in by the investors. Want to see what that looks like? There it is. Ta-da, very simple. I don't believe that graphic is in your book. So if you want it, definitely take a picture of it. Because again, I don't think that graphic is in your book. And I liked it. When I found it, I just decided to insert it in my slides. But it's a really quick method for comparing investments by evaluating the return on your cash invested rather than the return on the cash flow. It's like, how much did I get back for every dollar I put in? And that's it. So let's take a look at it really quickly. So a couple of cool things to bear in mind. Don't forget our purple and, our turquoise, and that should be purple, means exam question and answer for you. But your equity multiple, if it's greater than the number 1, that means there's the investor's getting back more than the cash invested. If the number comes back as a 1, that means it's just pretty much the same. They're not getting anything. They're getting back exactly what they put in. If the number comes back less than a 1, then that means they're going to get back less money than they invested. So and when you do this little very simple calculation, anything less than a 1, not a good thing. And then again, another exam-based question there. All things being equal, among the properties you might be looking at, higher multiples tend to suggest better investments. And that's because the cash invested is growing at a better rate. Take a look at this. By the way, your RPR tool, for those of you who do use RPR, because it is free to you right now, it will calculate the equity multiple for you. That's part of what it does. And it doesn't matter if you have a levered transaction or an unlevered one. If it's all cash or if there's a partial loan, it's okay. But RPR does do, and I've seen it myself, it's very cool. It does do the equity multiple for you. So take a look here. An investor's initial investment in this imaginary property is going to be $1 million, right? So that's their equity. Cash flows are going to occur every year for the 10 years they have the property. So that's what's highlighted here in yellow. So for the first 9 years, all you're looking at are the cash flows from operating the property. But then in year 10, this number kind of got super duper inflated. And what was added in year 10 was how much the property was sold for, or at least the expected sale of the property. So total cash flows were $2,140,000, and that multiple turned out to be 2.14. It's not hard to see this. Take a look. We're putting in this formula. Initial investment, $1 million. That's this right here. There's your amount invested. We're going to divide the cash flow we expect to get, $2,140,000 present value. And what we end up with is, well, we got 2.14 times what we put in. It's pretty good equity multiple. We got definitely more than 1 point something. We got 2 point something. So that means we got 1.14 times more than what we put in. And that's a good thing. Now, how hard is it to see? Take a look. I put in a mill, got out 2.14, duh. I mean, you can eyeball the formula and see you're getting something out of it. So even if you didn't run the formula, as long as this number at the top was larger than the number at the bottom, you know you're winning. And so there you go. It's really not a difficult concept at all. But more importantly than that concept, I think what I'd like for you all to do at this point, before we move forward, let's just take a natural break right here. We actually have more slides to cover, but let's go ahead and take a break. Let me give you guys until the top of about 5 minutes after the hour. Come back at 10:05.
Miss.
Hey, Gwen, give
You're-
me a moment. I'm on the phone if you don't mind holding just 1 second for me. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Miss Gwendolyn. Oh no, Gwendolyn disappeared. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so was did you say that if we did a lease that that would be counted as one of the requirements for the certification?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay,
It does.
okay,
Yeah, lease or purchase transaction, I think the application is going to need a letter from your broker to just prove the transaction. And if further documentation is needed, then the board will ask for it. But yeah, it counts.
okay, great. Because I have a lease coming up, but I just wanted to make sure that it was going to be
Awesome.
okay.
Well,
Wonderful.
congratulations. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, thanks everybody for letting me know, because I was about to start talking about y'all by name and y'all would have seen everything I was writing down. No, I'm teasing, but I got it. Thank y'all so much for that. We're coming back from break in just a couple minutes. And Benjamin, yes, you can. If you want to screen share, I will turn over the controls, my friend. Yes, sir. Be happy to sit back and let you do it. Are you comfortable with Zoom and doing all the presenting and screen sharing and stuff? Here, let me see if I can show you something, Benjamin. Let me see. Benjamin Lotzer is under Metro Text. Okay, so I'm going to co-host you. Look at the bottom of your screen when that happens. Do you now see that you have the ability to share your screen? You see that little button down? You see, yeah, that's what you would get from me. And so you would pull up whatever presentation you have, and then you would click that button, and that would be what we would all see once you started speaking.
Yeah, we're gonna have one person do kind of the presentation, and then we're gonna trade off on who talks.
Okay.
And basically, we'll just kind of do it that way, I think.
Very cool. So y'all just let me know whatever you need. You know, whenever whoever needs to be the one sharing the screen. So we'll definitely do that. In the meantime, since you have semi-control of the classroom, since you're co-hosted, be cautious. Guys, we're coming back from break. Let's do it. And again, thank you for warning me that I was sharing my email, but that's nothing worse than what I got last night, which is my energy company notifying me that they've had a breach in technology and credit card information went out. Yeah, that all the account information, social security numbers, credit card information, all that data went out. Someone managed to hack in to their system, and they did it on November 3rd. It is now December 3rd. Are you gonna wait a month to tell me my account is wide open to somebody? So yeah, thank y'all so much though. This technology is gonna kill us, I promise you. And they're offering some free credit card protection, something or another. I guess I'll use it.
Well, who do you have just in case they didn't notify me?
Direct Energy, just
Oh, no, that's not me.
Direct. I've been with them for years with no issue, but someone accepted an email at Direct Energy, and I forgot what they called it, but the intent of the email, worm or whatever the botware, malware, it was to dig through the systems to extrapolate private account holder information. And that's exactly what it did. So got that email at 12 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, don't raise my blood pressure when I'm trying to sleep. Anyway, let's make sure I'm sending you back to the right place. We left off here with our equity multiple. So let's move forward. There are some things I want to remind you of before we start digging into the spreadsheet that's in your book. And mind you, the spreadsheet looks a little crazy. It's actually really very easy to read because you're not going to calculate anything. You're going to be looking. Now, Matthew, who doesn't know it yet, I'm going to be hiring to do the calculations later. He just doesn't know that. But for now, we're not calculating, we're looking. But let me give you a couple of reminders. Reminder number one, turnover rate. Now that's going to refer to, when we're looking at leased property, the number of tenants or amount of space that gets vacated each year that needs to have a new tenant, that needs to be relet or sublet to another party. That's your turnover rate. But then you've got something else. Let me get my mouse in play here. You've got, in a pro forma statement, vacancy rates are characterized by two types of vacancy. You may have the historic vacancy, also noted as annual vacancy. Then you've also got the turnover vacancy, and this one is the one we just mentioned, and it's the amount of downtime you have when someone leaves before another one takes that person's place. Changes to turnover vacancy need to be reflected in these pro formas by adjusting how much rent you're bringing in, the base rental income. Please make a note of the turquoise because that's an exam question. So when we're looking at the base rental income, basically how much money am I getting when I collect rent every month, I need to change that if I think I'm going to be bringing in less money. That's all. So we're always going to pay attention to vacancy rates just to make sure that we adjust our income for how much money we're not going to make. And just to make it easier, turnover vacancy is a thing that you expect to be temporary. Someone's leaving and I'm going to stick someone else in there. Your annual vacancy is a historic pattern of unleased space, meaning, oh, we're always about maybe 8% vacant around here. There's always that percentage of space we just can't ever seem to lease up. So your annual or historic vacancy rate, that's the one that's always in play. Your turnover, this month it might be we're 15% vacant and then we cover that up and we're only 7%. You know, that's the one that's temporary. We can make that up. Someone moves out, we can stick someone right back in. So take a look at this. Another exam question there for you. Turnover vacancy expenses, just like we discussed, we're going to yank them out of our base rental income. I mean, it makes a little sense. There's rental income we're not going to get because it is vacant. I mean, that's it. I love this section of the class because it's so much about just what's common sense. And it's going to be reflected in the potential gross income number instead. So your annual vacancy adjustments come out of the PGI. That's the stuff that's normal. The annual is, we're always 8% vacant. That's going to come out of your potential gross income number. The very beginning number to get you your effective gross multiplier, your number. In either case, it turns out that the number is going to look the same, just depends on where you pull it out. And let me just show it to you real quick, because at the end of the day, you always need to account for vacancy. You just always need to account for the fact that we're going to need to yank out some of our expected profits because we have to expect some vacancy. But now, Erica and Amy and Raquel and Niquay and the rest of you, I need y'all to eyeball something. This is a last minute toss in. I want you to take a look at this thing, and it's called a real estate stack. Sharon, Gail, Chris Parker, Benjamin, tell me, had you all seen this in section 1? Would it have been helpful? Because this is not a part of your curriculum. Take a look at this real estate stack. Your potential gross income is your expectation of all the money you think your property is going to produce. This is where we all start, right? And Joe, I got a whole bunch coming before you take a good picture, but it's coming. So again, you start with your PGI. That's what I think I'm gonna get off this property. But you're gonna subtract from your PGI the money that you expect you're not gonna get, right? We're gonna lose a little money because it's not always gonna be 100% vacant, right? So we're gonna subtract from this imaginary property. You can see over to the right, we've already done that. We've begun subtracting numbers. So you can even see we're subtracting 25,000 for what we expect to be some vacancy here. Then we move on and we ended up with now our effective gross income number. That's the total amount of money you're going to actually get from your tenants because we added in there that vacancy, right? So the 424,800 dropped down to 399,312. Now from that, we're going to start removing the money it takes to run the joint. We're going to remove what it takes to operate it and to own it. So your operating expenses are going to come out, and we've calculated those in this imaginary example. And so when we do that, our net operating income is what you have after all the dust settles down. Now, after we look at this NOI number, we still got a little bit more work to do on our numbers here. This is what your investors might be doing. You got that debt service if you have a loan on the property, right, Santosh? So we borrowed some money. And well, we got to pay that back. So yeah, we have a net operating income number, but we owe someone some income. So let's take that out of there too. And this is over our cash in hand, our cash flow before taxes, after everybody except the IRS has been paid. So now what started off looking real good up here at 424,000 is suddenly, well, we're down to 59,000 bucks. It's not looking as pretty as it began. Then we get down here and let's go ahead and remove our taxes. Now there could be tax savings, which is why you see the plus and the minus signs. So it could go either direction. There could be incentives because you did something with the USDA, or you work with veterans specifically. Perhaps, I don't know, you're in one of these tax increment reinvestment zones. You never know. So that number could be positive or negative. You never know. But at the end of it all, your cash flow after taxes, this is your cash on cash return, considering all your expenses and income and taxes. And so what was 424,800? Oh yeah, we're gonna be pulling in a lot of money for rent. Yeah. Well, when it was all said and done, Matthew, I know you're gonna run my numbers for me, my friend. So you let me know, because I did borrow this graphic. It ended up at $45,629. Now you can get to snapping this. This was something I found, and I thought it was really clever. I thought it was super, super helpful in just simplifying everything we crammed in your faces in section 1. So from the white belts in the room, from a new folk, had you all seen this in section 1, would this have helped? And let me open up to Mike, because this is, again, I keep saying you all are our guinea pigs, our crash test, mannequins. We need you. Feedback, please. I'm listening.
I put it all the way in section 1.
Okay. Anybody else?
I liked it. And I know we talked about in the first class about getting some blank sheets that are like your example ones for practice. I don't know if anything came of that or not.
Well, let me, take a moment, if you don't mind, sharing with you very briefly that Ms. Hernandez, the lady that is over professional development, is going to be calling in me and the other instructor, as well as some other people in the department, to sit down and go over all the feedback and do a little rearranging, because I think something like a real estate stack would have been super helpful early. I mean, really early, because I'll never forget. I don't know who said it, and you can share who you are if you'd like to, but it was one of the best comments. They felt like a white belt in a room full of black belts. That totally drove the point home. And then someone else said that they wish there was more mathematics. I think more math would have been better had we started by breaking it down this way first, and then spreading the math over several days instead of cramming it into day 2. You know what I mean? So there's a whole lot that we need to try to reorganize before we start up again in January. So any other feedback about the real estate stack? I know it's simple, but what did you think? I got a thumbs up. Any other verbal feedback? Awesome. Well, thank you, because I know that's misplaced. It's kind of out of turn. We're at the end, and I apologize, but I saw it. I thought it'd be worth running past you. And Matthew, I'll be checking the numbers, okay? So if you see something wrong, you let me know. But again, I did appreciate the concept of a stack, showing people how we run these formulas before we start shoving formulas down your throats, guys. Okay, so let's keep on going. Reserves. Well, y'all know what reserves are. Hopefully we all have a little bit of reserves in our personal accounts so that we can get through the holidays and paying our dues and surviving COVID and what may be even more shutdowns coming our way. We don't know if that's going to happen, but landlords need to do this too. And so much earlier in the book, we talked about needing to reserve money for capital improvements and all kinds of stuff. So we also need to save money for tenant improvements, future commissions that might be paid, and that stuff's going to work its way into these pro formas, which is why we're bringing it up now. Tenants, are going to be the ones who are going to negotiate landlord paid tenant improvements into their leases. Can someone please share again what a TI or a TIA is? One of our skilled folks in the room.
Things like doing the plumbing, if you wanted to put in nice floors, depending on the build out, maybe even drywall.
And we're doing this specifically for whom?
For the tenant.
Exactly. So every now and then a landlord will value a tenant enough to say, we're going to contribute to your construction costs for coming on up in here. And they've got to save some money for moments when they do that. And it will happen for a variety of different kinds of tenants. You don't have to be a national tenant. You may be a local business with a great model and a great concept, and we want you in here. So we'll help build out your space. But you could also be a national tenant, and we definitely want to help you build out your space. But we got to have enough money on the side to be ready for it. So that's what is going to be also added into the pro forma. Be aware that landlords need to account for whether or not they want the money back, or are they truly putting it forward without expectation of reimbursement. And there are some moments when it does need to be reimbursed. Sometimes it doesn't. Reserves, depending on when the TIs are scheduled, take a look at this. This is my world. This is the leasing world, property management world. But did it ever cross anyone's mind that there might be of the 30 tenants in the building, 10 of them at the same time who may be renewing? And I promised all 10 of them some tenant improvement dollars. That's a whole bunch of money to kick out at one time. So one of the things we have to do is account for when this money is going to be given to people. And do we have enough to cover construction or improvements for 10 tenants? So one of the big things you got to help your client do is find out, well, based on the leases, which is why, Joe, we dig through all the leases. We need to see when everyone's expiring, right? I don't know when we got 30 people in here. You mean to tell me the 28 out of 30 all expire in the same month? It would be crazy, but I've seen worse. So you need to be sure that financially in that pro forma, we're ready for any of this to happen, because there might be a future TI requirement that's really, really large. This is why we're looking at the numbers and not calculating them. Then we have to consider this. We got a property, we're looking at it, we think we're gonna like this property, but crap, are we gonna pay commission or not? And can I tell y'all for sure, not every landlord pays commission. Does anybody remember that nasty commission amount one of my old clients used to pay? Do y'all remember that number? One of them was 0 and the other one paid a flat fee of $100. 100. Carolyn, and let me tell you something, Angela, when people would call me up at this property, Benjamin, and they would say, we're on our way to look at the property, Mish, are you there? Cheyenne, I would see people say, yeah, I'm here, go ahead and pull on in. And I'm on the phone talking them in so they wouldn't miss me. I'm next to Rudy's barbecue, come on through. And they'll go, oh, by the way, how much is commission? And I'd say, it's, I'd mumble a number. I didn't want to say it out loud. Mish, my phone cracked up. I didn't quite hear that. Yeah, I heard that glitch too. Mish, how much is commission? It's $100. Mish, say it again. I had to say it. It's $100. You ever see people cut a donut in the middle of the street? These people hightailed it off that property so fast it wasn't even funny. Now, y'all know by law, you owe fiduciary responsibility to your clients. But every now and then, people would say, are you kidding me? $100, regardless of how long it was or how much it was worth to me, $100 is all I could pay. So be sure to ask the question and find out if there is enough money saved in the reserves to pay out commissions if the landlord you rep or investor you rep is going to be using commissions. They might be cheapos and say, nope, we're not doing it. Anybody else work with really cheap landlords? Am I the only one? I mean, I think I've had some of the worst landlords in the world. Well, I just encourage you all to go work with some really, shoddy landlords. You'll learn more that way. You just do. Anyway, so in many cases, you also need to make sure that the pro formas account for when commission's going to get paid. Landlords very rarely pay it all up front anymore. We used to, not anymore. Veronica, Niquay, we like to see, is the tenant going to make it 6 months? And then I'll give you the rest of your money. We like the free rent period to pass by first and a few months of paid rent, and then I'll give you the rest of your money, half up front, half later. Some landlords will say, I'll give you half of your money now and the other half after the certificate of occupancy has been acquired. So you need to definitely bear that in mind. Also, small note for me to you guys and any of my skilled folk in the room, if you've been through this, please say so. If a tenant has a clause in a lease that says, if I cannot obtain my certificate of occupancy as a result of some material defect in the building, this lease will become void. You have to ask whether or not the half of the commission that you've already got must be refunded. You need to account for that somehow. So I've seen it occur. Has anyone else seen this occur where landlords want their money back? Now, you're not getting a nickel out of me. I've got myself covered, but has anyone ever seen this before? I see Gail giggling at that, but it does happen. Has anybody ever seen it? I would encourage you in your commission agreements to make sure that the commission paid stays in your hands. If you don't ever get the second half because we didn't successfully get a certificate of occupancy, then fine, I get that. But don't ask me for refunds on what you paid me, because the material defect in the building is whose fault? I saw some lips. It's the landlord. Exactly. So it's your fault this tenant can't come in here, and no, you are not getting the other half of your money back out of me. So again, depending on whose side you're on, Santosh, Gwen, Erica, just be aware, protect your money. That's all I have to share with you. Just protect it. Anybody seen that from a landlord before? I am the only one working.
I would think the landlord would put back if there were any TI that was being done. He's like, well, it's your contractors that's hired, so I'm certainly not going to guarantee the quality of the build out. So I could see where that could go back and forth depending on if there's TI that's being done and by who.
And I'm talking about your commission and material defects with the building, not necessarily anything that the tenant did.
Finishes. Okay, before the finish.
There's like so much asbestos and mold in the same spot.
Okay.
Ever, get this thing built out. So when it's the building, which means it's the landlord's fault and it's your commission on the line, did you do a little something to protect your money? Weirder things have happened, y'all. Just be prepared for all those weird scenarios. But thank you for that.
What is the
Any-
form? What is the form for the commissions? TR form.
Santosh, you're gonna love me and hate me all at the same time. We're gonna go over it. It's in the Texas Realtors forms listing, and it's in your book. By the way, in the backs of your books, all the contracts, all the pages are back there if you want to start glancing at them now. And I forgot to make a bit of a disclaimer. If you feel like when we start covering these contracts that you want to write the notations that I'm going to give you, because we're going to line by line these things, then print your stuff out. Or be prepared to take really hefty notes and photographs, because the way I've done, let me see if I can show this to you, my friends. The way I've done the leases, they're going to look like, I'm going to jump ahead and show you a slide, you all, just so you can get a clue. See this particular slide? Let me put up some animations. See all these arrows, circles? Let me share the slide. Let me share it. There we go. See all this busy stuff on the page? Circles, arrows, words. This is how we're going to end up doing our contracts. I'm going to put a contracts page up. And then I'm going to have a, an automated arrow because I'm going to show it to you in live time. So like we'll cover a concept and then I'll have an arrow point to it and then we'll have a circle or something come up. You see how this is working on the presentation? That's how we're going to do contracts when we start hitting them. So if you feel like you're going to want to write it down, I should warn you now, print out your contracts. This is kind of how a contract is going to run when we finally get to our class. This we're going to do in a few minutes, so no need to snap it now. But I just wanted you to know, to answer your question, we're definitely hitting all contracts in detail. Good question, though. All right, so back where we were and continuing to move forward. We had that break. Now, in a prior section, we had stated that commission fees are an expense that we would put in after the NOI because it's not a required operating expense. Like I said, some folks don't even pay commission. It's like, forget it. So in that scenario, however, that we discussed, it assumed full commissions were going to be paid upon a signing, but that's not realistic. Commissions get split up all the time. So you got to talk to your client. Are we paying partial commissions here and partial commissions there? There's some nuances to the business. If commission obligations are required over future periods, and that might even include payment on renewal. You might be paying on renewals. You got to make sure you get that in there. So not only are we paying on the initial leasing of a space, but we might have renewals in the future. And this does become a demand on operating expenses. At the end of the day, money gone is money gone. So annual leasing commission expenditures on the pro forma, you're going to see that listed below your NOI figure and reflect scheduled commission expenses that were paid in that year. That's what it's going to reflect, is what we paid in a particular year. But we're getting there, y'all. A couple other things I want you to see before we start looking at these crazy charts. And the charts are actually pretty cool. I'll give our author credit. They're very cool. We got the NOI margin. Now, this is real simple. It's just a measure of how efficient our cash flows are. And you're going to get that by dividing that NOI by the effective gross income number. And you end up with an NOI margin. And a higher margin says the property's expenses are relatively small compared to the expected gross income. A lower margin says we've got higher operating expenses. So this stands to reason. Right here, whoops. Higher margins are obviously preferred because, again, if I back up, that means we had lower expenses. So there we go. We like higher NOI margins. And adjusted NOI margins. Now, these incorporate some expenses like commissions, capital expenditures. Let's see, and that's for our capital improvements and whatnot. And on the pro forma statement, that adjusted NOI margin is going to reflect cash flow efficiency after the adjustments had been made. Just how efficient is this property at returning my money on my investment? That's all we're really looking for. I just want my money back and plus some. Hey, by the way, to answer your question about when to have that stuff printed, I'd look in your book and it'll show you which ones you're going to need. And we're going to start printing tomorrow. As a matter of fact, over lunch, I'll see if I can get that list for you. I'll see if I can get the list for you on which docs to start printing. So here we go. We're going to start looking at all the little charts right now. And we're going to see a pro forma statement that's going to represent something either you put together or your client put together. And what we're going to look at is this imaginary property that they want to buy. I want to buy this thing. And the seller has, the seller of this property has had it for 3 full years and they're not happy with it. The seller, Gail, is like, well, it's not doing what I thought it was going to do. And I want to dump it. I want to get rid of it, Joe. 20, this thing has got to go. So the buyer said, well, let me put a little something together and see what I can do with this building. So here we go. Couple of notes. Seller has had it for 3 years. They bought it for $9,175,000. They're willing to sell it for what they paid for it. The market has increased about 3% since then. And at the time of the purchase, the seller borrowed 70% at a 6% fixed with 20-year amortization and a balloon payment coming up after year 7. Now the loan is assumable and your purchaser client says, I'll go ahead and assume the loan. We got 7 years to go before that balloon payment comes due. So I'll go ahead and assume it because your client will probably dump the property before that thing comes due. In your book, probably on page, I want to say maybe 13 or 14 at this point, all the things you're seeing on the slide are actually in your book, Raquel. It says that when you look at the chart, you'll look at the very top and it says full year 2019. Reason it says that is to keep the chart really, really simple. So it's going to say that, hey, we have the building for the full year from January all the way to the end of December. And that way it'll reflect one full even year of cash flow and expenses. So that way we keep everything the same. In 2019, the loan balance, 5.8 mil, and it reflects 3 full years of P&I payments. The buyer, looky there, they're only going to hold it for 5 years. They're going to sell it before it matures. So that's why they don't mind assuming it. The buyer says they think the property is performing below its potential. So the buyer sees something. They say, hey, I can do more with this than you can. And now what they want to do, my friends, is evaluate, Candace. Can I get some stabilized occupancy? It's around 80% now, but I want to get it up to 90 and see if I can stabilize it there by 2024 and then sell it at a price high enough to justify how much I'm going to put into it. Now, all these details are in your book. Other thing to note, the book also mentions for you, this is nothing new that's not in there. It says you need to recall that the terminal cap rate is used to determine the value at the end of the holding period. And if you want that formula as a reminder, I've put it there for you. It's also in your book. And since we're assuming a growth rate in value of 3%, and that the terminal cap rate, when we sell it, the cap rate, the return rate here is going to be 9.3%. We can add those two figures together, and it says the investor's required rate of return needs to be at least 12.3%. But let's see if that happened. Scenario-based learning exercise number 1. You're going to see this chart 3 different times. We're looking at the one labeled number 1. So now you all do not need to snatch out a calculator, Erica, not necessary. 20, Joe, Santosh, all we're going to do is look at the numbers. And we're going to ask, what are the reasons for the property's underperformance for the current owner? And what does the buyer intend to do to enhance the value of the property? Look at this pro forma and tell me what you see. I'm going to tell you what's on there, but I'm going to ask you to start glancing at it. And if anyone sees anything in here that gets your attention, say something now, even though I don't expect you to. If you see something, holler. Now, let me tell you what you could be doing. Full year 2019 at the top is the very first full year of holding this property. Here we go. And that's right here. Everything else is the rest of the holding period, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Those are 5 years of holding. And we're comparing the 5 years we want it to this full year of performance that the current owner has had it at. So now you should start looking at some changes. I'll give you some clues. You can see things like this annual turnover rate, right? Well, there was a turnover rate of 10%, but look what the current owner is thinking about. Current owner's thinking about doing some things to the property to reduce it, but there might be a jump. And then another reduction. And you start looking at this chart going, what in the world is happening? So let me just show you a few things, my friend. Uh-oh, am I sharing the screen? Yes, I am. Here we go. So number one, market rents are going to be dropped by 25 cents a square foot. Take a look. It's at the very top here. Bam. It's currently $10. The purchaser says, I might go ahead and drop that down to $9.75 a square foot instead. So with that said, in 2022, this person's pro forma says, okay, the market rental rates are expected to go up a little bit. Take a look where I'm circling now in 2022. It's expected to go up to 12 bucks a square foot. Well, with that said, we're thinking that we're going to lose some people. Turnover vacancy is expected to decrease just a little bit. Take a look in 2020 and then increase again in 2022, followed by a nice steep drop in 2023 and 2024. And these are just things to eyeball and ask yourself why. Then you start looking at concessions, and rent abatement charges. There we go. So, and I shouldn't say charges, but you know, they double in 2020. We're going to start giving away more free rent. We're going to start making this place look a little more attractive. I need to bring some folks up in here. So I'm going to make some more concessions, give rent abatements, free rents. I got to do things. I got to get people up in here. Y'all starting to catch it? I need to get folks in this building, regardless of what the sucker looks like. And then if you'll notice the rent abatements, let me draw your attention to that line that says concessions and abatements. Look over there. By 2022, that sucker's zero. We ain't giving away no free rent now, okay? All right, we're done with that. Y'all was getting in good early in 2020. 2022, no ma'am. So we'll also take a look at CAM reimbursements. Let me get that arrow there for you. They're slightly higher in 2020 and 2020, excuse me, y'all, and 2021. Take a look. And then they're much higher in 2022 and 2024. Now there's some reasons for that. Let me just get you to the next page. CAM reimbursements, this is income coming in. Given the changes in expenses and income, your PGI is a little higher. Your potential gross income is a little higher. Let me just show that to you right there. In 2022 through 2024. I'm about sick of saying 20 something. Annual turnover rate is going to go down in 2020 and 2021. These are going to happen again. Take a look. Just a little bit. And then decrease again in 23 and 24 when the new owner expects to stabilize the rent. Annual vacancy rates are going to follow the same pattern as the turnover. And it looks like in the full stabilized year in 24, the rate is going to be stable at around 10%. Remember, this man or woman said they wanted to stabilize at 90% occupancy. So this was built to do that. But you got to start asking yourself, how did that happen? Put that vacancy rate there. Let me just highlight that. There we go. We're still not done looking at the same chart, but there's more to consider. Consideration number 9, and these items are not in your book. So if anybody needs me to go back so you can see, 1 through 4, 5 through 8, etc., let me know. I'll put them back up for you. In the expenses section, the leasing commission reserves are steady in 23 and 24. See this right here? It's pretty steady. Otherwise, expenses remain about the same in that line item. They go up a little bit, but there was a reason we expect more commission to be paid out. NOI has a sizable increase in 2022 through 24. It's attributed to the higher base rental rates and lower vacancy rates. Lower vacancy, more rent coming in. more vacancy, lower vacancy, more rent coming in. And so you would have also seen the NOI and the NOI margins changing. You'll start to see these numbers. And if you will please note, the secret to all of this was the capital expenses, the expenditure. $250,000 was going to be spent. Take a look if anybody caught it right here. The owner or the person you're working for in this situation said, in my second year of ownership, I'm pouring $250,000 into improving the joint. That's the key to all of the jumps in all of the numbers. This is why suddenly rents go up. Take a look up at the top. See at the very top, rent was $975. Well, why did it jump to 12? What did you do? I spent 2021 improving the joint. You see that? I poured 250 grand into this property. Now I can charge more from a market rents. But since I'm charging more, that means I'm leasing the place up, which is why I'm paying more in commissions. You all catching it now? And that's all you're doing. It's not so much, oh Lord, I got to calculate this. If your client puts this together, your job is to really sit there and let's look at these numbers and see, what did this mean for you? And so this is example number 1 in your book. Did anybody need me to kind of take it back so you can copy down the observations 1 through 11? Because that's not in your book. Did anybody need me to take it back or did y'all catch it? Take a look across the room there. Awesome. Okay, so let's move forward. Well, in a minute, any second now. Commissions, oh, here we go. All right, so in pro forma number 1, things your client might be looking at is the most significant change was that $250,000 in making the place better. Was this your buyer's planned expense to replace equipment like elevators and, well, I don't know, the washing machines and the laundry room if it was an apartment building? I don't know. But 250 grand was going to be poured into maybe new floors. Maybe we're going to get rid of the Formica and put in some granite. I don't know. But rental rates were expected to increase by 20% in the following year. So unless there are some dramatic changes expected in the market rents for the area, it may be those upgrades were going to enhance the appeal for the property. And then number 3, concession and abatement expenses went up in 2020 along with the market rental rates. I got to give away some free rent, get these folks up in here. So that's some of the stuff your client might have seen in pro forma number 1. And now that we're able to put the pieces together, and I don't know if this is in your book, I think it is, but if a property was upgraded to be more competitive, and that's at that's $250,000 then what do we think might happen? You might want to take a picture of this if you don't have it. Of course, I'm improving the place, the rent should go up. CAM reimbursements to the landlord. I should be getting more money back from my tenants, and maybe it's an office building, not a residence. Turnover vacancy should go down. People should be happier with the joint. It's been improved. Historic vacancy should also go down. People are happier. It's the newer thing on the block. NOI should go up because, well, expenses went up, but so did how much money I'm capturing in my rents. Margin should increase, and the terminal value and cap rates might also go up as well. We may be able to sell it for more. And then investor returns should also go up for upgrading the property. So just, some of the things you're looking at happening. And I believe this stuff is in your book. Now, as usual, look where we landed, right on time. See you back here at the top of the hour. But of course, if you have questions on what we just saw, let me know. I'll put it back up. And if anybody needs to photograph anything, holler.
Amish.
Yes.
Okay, so when you're doing your commission, there's a commission usually come from, like on a lease, does it usually come from the lease side or the leaser
Typically, no, you're getting it from the landlord.
from the landlord.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, let me just say this. Of course, the rent paid by the person leasing the space goes to the landlord, then it goes to you. However, your BRA is going to dictate some of that as well. Because if the landlord is not going to pay rent, remember, I work for some stingy people, then you need to have written into your commercial BRA, I'm getting that money from you, Mr. or Ms. Tenant.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a one size fits all situation. Largely in Texas, we get it from the landlord, but just cover your back in case the answer is we don't pay.
Okay. And then on the because the building that she's looking at leasing is 1,083 square feet, $1 per square feet for the rent and 31 cents for the CAM.
Okay. I don't know. I would have to see whatever they sent you in an email. They should break that out for you though. And if they didn't, just ask.
Okay.
You're going to need that to calculate your commission anyway. So ask them to break out the triple net from the base rent.
Okay.
Yeah, that way you can calculate your commission there.
Okay. Now, do you need to like, I know when we're looking at buying commercial land, we ask for like, proof of funds and stuff like that. On a lease, is that needed?
Sometimes it is, and many landlords will ask for a tenant to fill out an application and ask for all kinds of references, just like you do in an apartment community. Let me see how much money you're making, like in an apartment community. Let me see your pay stubs. We may ask a business, let me see your profit and loss statements, please. Let me see your cash flows. So we may need proof of those funds, just in a different format.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think that's it for right now.
No worries.
I think as we go on.
I hope all this is a little easier, a little simpler. It's not hard stuff. It's just, taking a minute to look at the numbers.
Yeah, and then it's getting started, knowing where to start, getting started,
Yes.
Like when it comes up, you want the transaction, but then it's like, okay, what am I supposed to do when I get it?
Now what do I do? We just got started. Exactly. I would always tell your client though to be ready to provide proof of funds ASAP. When I work with people, I prefer they show it to me immediately. I don't like driving the streets, not knowing that you cannot prove that you have funds.
Right.
I ask for proof of funds. It's kind of like you asking for your pre-approval letter before we go look at houses.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now let me look at these contracts here. Got to get contracts printed. Hey, Benjamin, thanks for the feedback on that stack.
Mish, what time do we have to come back?
At the top of the hour, since we broke at 10:45, top of the hour.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so let me get back in the chat. Angela, are you around? All right, everybody make your way back to the screen. Come on back. If you all will take a moment and take a look in the chat, I've answered, I believe Angela asked the question, what day should we have our contracts printed? We start with contracts tomorrow towards the end of the day, but these are the ones we'll be going over tomorrow, and it's in the chat for you. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there'll be 9 different contracts we cover tomorrow. And then virtually, almost all of them in the book get covered on the 3rd day and a handful on day 4 because we're too busy exam reviewing and capstone presenting, so there's not a lot. But the biggest bulk of them are on day 3, and you'll see all those in your book. So for tomorrow, you've got 9 you'll need to print out if you feel the need to write onto the contract itself. See, make sure everybody got that. And again, it's in the chat. I think about maybe it's the last comment you should see. I fell off the Makito wagon. I have been eating sweets like I've lost my mind. So if anybody wants to call and encourage me to get back on broccoli, holler. But I've fallen off the keto wagon. I did show you all my my Milano cookies. They're right here. I should be ashamed. I've had my meat and my vegetables, and I have betrayed myself and put the Milanos next to me. So anyway, let's get back. Pro forma number 1. We're still fooling around with the first one. And the commission fees, looks like during higher periods of turnover, the owner's commission costs to relet the space are higher. They're saying that once the improvements are made, it's assumed that some of the existing tenants are going to be willing to pay the higher rents, but that new tenants will also sign longer leases. So we're gonna have a lot more commission that we need to put out there because we've improved the place. It looks better. So more commissions are gonna get paid when we start bringing in more people here. We're gonna change our vacancy and improve our vacancy and start paying out a little bit more in commission here. And the landlord's annual commission expenses in the future are going to be limited to lease term extensions if the place gets leased up. So to the few new tenants that are going to fill these vacancies in line 10, there's an expected vacancy rate of only 10%. We're already at 80% in this particular example. We're just looking to fill up another 10%. So again, the landlord's annual commission expenses in the future are going to be really largely based on extensions because much of the property is already leased up. Not a lot of new leases. Other things to consider, reduction in certain expenses. Okay, CAM reimbursements should be going back with the increase in tenancy. We got people leasing the space out, using the space, and I should be recovering a lot more of my expenses from the tenants. Also, market rental rates. Well, the investor says, look, I know what the rates are in 2019 and even 2020. However, it may be fair to assume that the investor perceives the current physical condition of the building to make it a less desirable place to rent space. So in order to attract some new tenants or incentivize the existing ones to stay, he or she may need to actually lower the rents. And that's when we saw it go down from $10 a square foot down to $9. Was it $9.25, I believe, or $9.75, one of the two. Other things that were built into the pro forma, the rents were too high for the market. Owner had to absorb a part of the CAM. And that was because we don't have tenants in there to reimburse it. So the landlord had to eat some of that. The building requires upgrades to be more competitive. And again, to contribute to low tenancy and make sure that we can increase what we're getting back in revenue. We need to make sure we become competitive. Let's make this place worth leasing. So looking at exercise number 1, the buyer has revised the 5-year estimates with 2 more pro forma scenarios, examples 2 and 3. If you can recall what you just saw, we're going to glance at them. Tell me what you saw that might have changed. And given the 3 different scenarios in place, tell me what you think might make more sense for the buyer to do if they buy this property. Do any of these pro formas really justify the risk of investment? And what quality does the classification of building, I should say, what effect does the classification have on what we do with this building? So let's take a look here. This was pro forma number 2. Same building, but some things got switched around. Who saw the big switch? There's one big fat goose egg right in the middle of the spreadsheet. Anybody see it? Big fat goose egg right in the middle of the page. Notice the capital expenditures. Landlord said, I'm not going to do anything to it. I'm not putting any money in it, into capital improvements here. So let's take a look. Capital expenditures was removed. That's this line item right here. So that's that goose egg in the middle of the screen. Bam, just a big old empty line. CAM expenses are going to stay the same with this structure. This is what the investor estimates. So you'll see all those numbers are identical. Rental rates are going to remain steady and then decrease, probably due to property condition, because again, he or she, well, they didn't do anything to the property. They left it as it was. So this person is expecting a decrease over the 5 years that they're going to have it. You see all that? Went from $1 million and what we're getting in income down to $975 in the first 3 years, excuse me, and then down to $950 in the last 2 years. Then we've got a decrease in value. It was $9,733,758. And the investor's internal rate of return on the other spreadsheet was at 11.95. You can look at this in your book. I don't expect you to memorize what you saw, but it did go down. See this value? It's decreasing. The investor's IRR, bam, that number is lower. It was 11.95. It went down to 6.09%. We got a drop, y'all, just because we didn't improve the joint. We did not do anything to make it better. And then the investor's return on investment was negative. Again, it went down to, look at that right there, return on investment, negative 2%. So if I don't do anything to this building, buying it ain't worth it. I've got to do something to it according to this pro forma, the way this potential buyer put it together. Other things in example 3, okay, what do you all notice? I'm not going to put things up just yet. You can put it in the chat if you'd like. What did you notice? Anything you see now that's changed? Yeah, it kind of went on up, and I saw the gesture that Angela made, so I know that's what you saw as well. You can see some changes here. So we're going to really significantly improve this property. Capital expenditures up to $1 million, not $250,000. We're going to go ahead and go whole hog here. Let's do some things in this building. Let's automate some functions. I don't know what the building was, but let's automate some things. Maybe improve the elevators. I have no idea, but it's a lot of money. So CAM expense reimbursements would have increased. He would have gotten money back because we've got more tenants in the building. They're loving the new stuff. People are renewing. So see my reimbursements, they went up from 75 when I bought it to 80,000 in the first 2 years of ownership, up to 100,000 I'm getting back, up to stabilization. So it increased. The effect on rental rates wasn't much different though from example number 1. Huh, okay. Didn't change much. And you can see that even by the dollar amounts in market rent per square foot, it pretty much looks almost identical. So we didn't see a big jump there. Value and investors' internal rate of return were less than example 1, but higher than example 2. Take a look. So we've got an 8% internal rate of return, and we've got a return on investment down there, excuse me, at 6.09%. So take a look here. I want you to see something. Final assessment of the 3 pro formas. I'm not sure if this is in your book. I think it is. But example number 1 had a higher internal rate of return and cash on cash return. That's with the $250,000 of improvements to the building. Example number 2 came back with a negative return on investment, so you might be able to assume it didn't make any sense. Example number 3 is possible. How competitive the internal rate of return value of 8% is in the current market. It may also have to be evaluated over a longer period of time to see its full potential in recovering $1 million in capital improvements. That's a lot of money. So when the buyer was considering those improvements, was 5 years enough time to get that money back? Some of the stuff they have to consider. And then another thing to look at for those 3 pro formas, if you line them up and eyeball them, and we're just eyeballing, we're not even calculating, we're eyeballing here. What classification do you think the property might be viewed as and why? So let me ask you all this. In the beginning, as the property existed, before any improvements were made, the seller wants to dump it, had it 3 years, it's not doing what I think it should be doing. What class do you all believe the property was probably looked at as? What do you think? Looking in the chat, I got a C. Absolutely. It sounds like if there could have been an F, it might have been one of them. But yes, absolutely bottom of the barrel. Now, I want my professionals in the room. Talk to me about what you know about building classifications, because this gets tricky and some people have a hard time grasping A, B, and C, even if the building is old. What can you talk to us about with that? Where are my skilled folk?
Well, your A properties are going to be your more, well, and like you said, it gets tricky, but they're going to be more of your top of the pick. Your lower classes are going to be the ones that's going to need the more work per se, but you can have an old property and dump, like the owner was doing, a few million or whatever into the building and actually bring that
classification.
There you go. Bring that classification.
Bring it on up, yes.
Right.
And here's where I'm going with this. Is everyone familiar with the Houston Galleria Mall area? Is everybody at least familiar if you're not from here? And of course, that's our premier area of town. I think it's the last tourist stop we have. We don't have much anymore, but it's easier to go down than up. You got that right, Cheyenne. Excellent comment there. In the Houston Galleria, we've got some pretty old, shoddy buildings. We just do. And they deem themselves as class A, sometimes class B, B plus buildings. One would say, why? I mean, it's old, it's a little on the obsolete side in terms of its features. And sometimes a building can squeak up a class level because of where it is and the values in the overall neighborhood, not just the value of the building you're in. This is what I meant when I said it gets a little tricky. So it could be that you're in this high-end, desirable part of town that takes a building from B up to A, and I don't agree with it all the time. I really don't, but I do see it happen. Does anybody else see this happen in their neck of the woods? Buildings you think should have been a C or a B, but they've got them listed as an A just because.
I have one where it's probably a C building, but because of the improvements of everything else in the area, it's probably a B, and spend a couple 100,000, it would probably be an A pretty quick. It's a
Yeah.
small building, like 7,000 square feet. So
So it's really, it does get a little tricky though. Thank you, Benjamin, because sometimes you're like, this is not an A-class property, but because of where it's located, it might earn the classification. I would.
I think it's very subjective to what its competition is. Like a Class A building in New York and a Class A building in a very rural area are not going to look the same.
And amen to that, Chandra. It is, you said the key word, subjective. It is highly subjective. I don't know of the actual formula where you can plug and play. You've got this feature, but you don't have this feature, but this feature's 10 years old, but this one's 2 months old and blah, blah, blah. Matthew, if it exists in the CCIM database, the formulas and calculations, let me let me know. But it is subjective, to Chandra's point. And again, it's driven by lots of different factors: the building, its improvements, the area that it's in, et cetera. So guys, don't look for a one size fits all. You may need to actually call upon your friends like Benjamin, Chandra, and Matthew for a little help assessing that. So when we look at these examples of these three pro formas, clearly the first example, the property is not a Class A. Below market rents, needing an improvement, this thing was probably a C. In the best case, it could be a Class B, but since the buyer perceives its current rent to be high, and plans to lower the rent to enhance occupancy rates, that might be the clue you were looking for, that this is a C and not a B. Also, after the improvements are completed, it's fair to assume the buyer expects the property to be more competitive. So maybe it does bounce itself back on up to the B. Everybody kind of see how that works out? It really depends on what's in the building. We've had buildings that I've managed where we had to upgrade elevators just to give us a little bit of an edge. I'm slow running, clicking thing. You do not want to be in a building where you hear the elevator click as it passes every floor. That means it's on an old contactor system. That is a clue that sucker's old. So you hear click every time it goes past the floor, obsolescence. It's old. There's some clues out there. But again, it just really depends on what's going on in the building. Hey, did anybody change their mind and want to come to the dark side of property management? Hands in the air. Because I told the boss, I think I scared the crap out of everybody. Everybody took off to running and said, nobody wants to get into property management. Still no takers, not one of you? Thank you, Matthew. Come on. Me and Matthew gonna be dangerous together. You know what? The dynamic of the room has changed. Let's keep going. All right, so back to these pro formas. Remember when we were looking at equity multiples? You know, that was in the charts too for you guys. So before we move on, let's determine that equity, investor's equity multiple. So we're supposed to add all of the periodic cash flows, look at the total amount of equity invested during the holding period, and it would also include any shortfalls resulting from negative cash flow before taxes. That little formula is up at the top for your convenience, just to remind you of what we're looking at here. And equity multiple, again, it's just a quick way over here on the side. And I don't think that's in your book, but it's just a quick way for comparing investments by looking at that return on the cash you invested. We just looking at the cash. I put this in, what am I getting out? It's cash on cash. So here we go. Let me see, example number 1, the equity invested was 3.5 mil. The present value of what we thought we could sell it for, that's the reversion value there, 5 mil. So we're getting back 42 cents on every dollar we put in. So yes, the equity multiple was higher, which means yes, we're getting some money back. But don't forget, you did not need to run a formula to see this. This is just cash on cash. I put 3 mil in, got 5 mil out, no brainer. Yeah, I got some money back. You can glance at that. But y'all know me, there's always a trick to this. So just to make sure that you do catch what I'm throwing here, showing you all these numbers again. What the heck is the X for? What does it all mean? And what this is saying to you, because I don't know if it's written in the book this way, it says that for every dollar invested, the investor gets back 42 cents. That's how you kind of eyeball that number, in case you're wondering what that's for. So I put $1 in, I get back $1.42. That's what the little X is telling you. So let's look at example number 2. We can still take a look at that and see very easily. I put in 3.3 mil. I'm going to be able to sell it at 4.4. So my equity multiple is a little lower in example number 2. I got back 1.33. I got a little something back, but running it the way I did it in example 2, and I believe that was when we didn't do anything to the property. Okay, I got a little less money back, but we're not done here. That's not the be all end all of this situation. And that last pro forma had this to show. I put in about 4 mil. I'm selling the thing at the end of the holding period for 5. And look at what happened. I got back 1.17. So even though you're looking at all those rents and, oh, I'm pulling in this rent, my equity multiple was a little lower. Cash on cash. How much cash am I getting out for the cash I'm putting in? That's what we're looking at. Real simple stuff, nothing major. So here's the question in your book and the question on the table. Is it, or it is correct to assume that this is a bad investment if the investor needs a multiple that's higher than 2.0 or even higher than 3? Not necessarily. And I should say, is it? Given the required capital improvements, remember, we're talking $250,000 up to $1 million. You got to ask yourself, would this have necessarily been a bad investment or a good one? We needed to enhance the property, increase rental rates, and do all kinds of stuff before we got to the end of the holding period, and then reevaluated whether we needed to include more years of growth. Did we need to hold it longer? Was 5 years enough? So take a look. Let's just assume you're on the other side of this table. And I'm going to show you something in just a moment, but take a look at this. What if you were on the listing agent? You're on the seller side, not the buyer side. Forgive me, the seller side of the table. And you're trying to help dump this property. What could you do to try to put together a deal? The buyer could have increased their leverage ratio by getting a loan financing with a higher LTV rather than assuming the existing loan. So maybe they got a better loan, although the one that was in place was pretty good. The buyer could also obtain additional financing to supplement the existing loan. In either case, the equity, that cash put in, would be less. And that would in turn increase the multiple. Again, this is a cash on cash return. If I put in less cash and I earn more cash, then yes, my multiple goes up. The debt service adjustment here to cash flow before taxes would offset part of this benefit. Now, let me just slide you back over here. We're looking at helping to sell this sucker. If this buyer chose to increase how much money they borrow, the leverage position, they could agree to carry back a part of the equity as a loan to the seller and reduce the required amount of cash. What the heck does that mean in English? I can talk all day long and y'all still heard me speak Greek. What this meant right there when that sucker said the seller could agree to carry back part of the equity as a loan. Carryback financing occurs when the seller provides the financing. Couldn't we have just said that from the jump? Don't you hate how complicated we can make things sometimes? Carryback means seller financing is in place. Okay, I'm gonna help you out with some of this. So instead of you putting in so much cash, I'm gonna take some of that off your plate too. So you're gonna assume the loan. You're gonna let me finance a little bit of that and put in a little bit less cash on your end. There you go. So this does happen. And if you hear carryback, I want you to be aware of what it is. But I also need you to be aware of something that's real special to me. Let me stop the slides right here. I don't know if we've discussed it, and if we haven't, it bears repeating. Uh-oh. Who knows the difference between, and we did discuss it, seller financing and contract in lieu or deed in lieu? What are the differences? What's the seller financing do? Y'all remember? Contract for deed means one thing and seller financing, go ahead, Angela. What's the seller financing do?
Well, the seller financing is similar to a loan. The title still transfers, but in lieu of is the one that you have to be very, very, very careful of, and you can't find lenders to, you know, maybe one attorney in all of Texas does it because it's terrible because they don't get the deed until it's paid for, correct?
Absolutely. So just be sure, if you all start working with investors who want to deal with, and it doesn't even matter, buyer side, seller side, doesn't matter. If anybody hears contract for deed, just don't forget, that's like Angela said, this is when life gets tricky. It means you have to satisfy the terms of the contract, this loan, and then I will give you the deed, which means you may never default. Because somewhere in that document, if I default as the buyer, the seller has the right to say, never mind, deal blown up. I'm not ever giving you the deed. We're done here. So be careful. If you see contract in lieu of or contract for deed, you want to go true, pure seller financing where it acts like the bank. And I'm going to give you your title, your deed immediately upon signing these financing papers. That's all. And I don't do seller financing at all. I'm just out of it. I'm out of there. If you want to do that, let me refer you to, I'm gonna let Matthew handle your transaction because I'm not going to do it. I'm out. Does anybody actually do seller financing in here? Anybody comfortable with it? Gail, talk to me, my friend. Are there things that you do to cover yourself?
Sure. Well, seller financing, you want to be sure that the deed is recorded and it's not, contract for deed. But we do a lot of it here because, as you remember years back, condos, there was no financing for condos. And so about the only way we could sell one was to have the owner to finance it for the buyer. And we would get tax returns, credit reports, and they're the bank, they're the mortgage holder. So we would let them review it and decide whether they wanted to carry that paper. And sometimes if they were unsure, we would do a 20-year amortization with a 5 or 7 year call so that they could reevaluate it at the end of that time and see if they wanted to continue or if they wanted to raise the interest rate because the rates had changed or whatever. But we've done a lot of it.
Do you do anything to cover yourself if things should go sideways between the seller and the buyer?
You mean as the agent?
As the agent, yes, ma'am.
For the buyer or the seller? Actually, there's seller financing addendum that we use. And so there is an attorney that prepares the deed. So we put them in touch with the attorney, and at some point we back away because we don't want that confidential information passed through us. So we try to connect all of those people and let them do their job because we don't want to say that we had anything to do with it in that decision.
That's exactly what we're looking for. Hands off. I don't like to fool with it because I've been through it before. The gentleman that was selling the property was crystal clear. He was so clear, it took him 4 hours to go through the entire document and made my client sign every single paragraph, one at a time, as he explained them all.
Oh,
And
wow.
for a 3-year period when she had finished paying as the tenant, she was supposed to be able to have saved up enough money to now, let's go ahead and buy the building from this owner. What she didn't do was she was not honest when that man said, you may not have any outstanding student loans. He asked her 6 ways till Sunday. She lied through her teeth and said she did not. But when it came time to run that credit, guess who had outstanding student loans? Deal over. 3 years later, she's calling me crying. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You will not swing that axe over this way. No. And so that let me know that's not my wheelhouse. It's just absolutely not. So I like your hands-off approach. I like you bringing in that attorney. And I love the advice to make sure it's recorded. Now that's smart. And do you give yourself a certain amount of time? Do you say it needs to be recorded within a certain number of days, or, this is going to be an issue?
The title company takes care of that at closing. So that just happens automatically, and it doesn't have anything to do with, our end of it.
Gotcha. Well, I'd like to check. I don't know about you, but I like to see that sucker done. And the reason I'm asking, I'm not going to out my friend who's in this room, but let's just say not all title companies and lenders and whatnot do what they're supposed to do. So I believe in checking. They're making me nervous out here, y'all. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. Okay, so here we go. And even my agent right now is dealing with a couple of shady lenders and title companies that are coming off the list of groups we work with. Is it possible to do seller finance when you still owe money to the bank? Yeah, the seller might decide, I will finance the remaining, there's 30%. Hey, Raymond, is that your extra device, Raymond? Is that what that is?
He doesn't have audio on his iPad. That's just his visual.
Is extra. Yeah, I just realized that. Cool. Thank you. Metro Tex needs some help. Metro Tex.
Yes.
There is a participant named April who is now missing from the broadcast. Did she?
Yes. She dropped. She switched to the first one.
Oh, bless her. And they were like, she's got membership to LoopNet, so we need her.
Oh.
Gosh. Okay. Let me see what I can do about putting a professional in the room with them. Let me see if I can do a switcheroonie. Oh,
Sorry.
thank you. Because they did look, and let me show you what they sent me too, by the way. They're like, she's missing. Unhappy puppy. I'm like, what?
Oh my gosh.
Let me see what I can do about switching it up, and I'm going to release everyone for their lunch as well. So it's 11:05.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, she had said something to me earlier in the class about having to leave at 10, and I told her that, you know, that's not acceptable. She would have to do makeup for the time missed. And then she was like, well, I haven't taken the other ones, and this is after the breakout room. So should I just leave? And I was like, if you want to. So.
Oh my gosh. Okay. They're going to be heartbroken in group number 1. Oh my God. Let me let them know now.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Do, 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 do. Ba, 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 ba. Excuse me. Elizabeth and Dallas, I left a little message for you in the chat. It is almost time to come on back from break. It's almost time to come on back from break, everybody. Boo boo doo boo. Grab your coffee and whatever you need to make life comfortable. Matter of fact, I need to grab my coffee. All right, we are back in session. I need a little help though. I need someone to explain to me in what crazy world it makes sense for the crew at Amazon to deliver in front of door 218 a package intended for door 1118. This is the Christmas we in for. Good luck getting your packages. Yeesh.
They left it in front of 218.
Huh?
They, in their mind, they left it in front of 218, Roman numeral 2, 1-8.
It was supposed to be in front of 1118. Several buildings over on the property. I just delivered it to the lady for Christmas. She said her husband had been looking for that thing. You just, ooh, at the post office, Scott. No, and let me stop. That was Amazon, not the post office. Let me quit. Yeesh. Okay, so before we get started again, and for my person who needed, let me just ask this question. Has anybody else had any issues getting your certificate? We had one student who did. Okay, so I need you to inbox me. I see Sharon needs some certificate help. And if you've already looked in your Texas Realtors account and you're still having certificate issues, let me know. We just got someone's certificate problem resolved. Anybody else got issues? No, I know you got yours resolved, my friend. I didn't want to out you, but you know, I don't know. You should feel good. You got your certificate. You passed section 2. So, but let's see, Sharon, I saw a hand up for you. Is anybody else experiencing any issues? You feel like you should have it? Looking around, don't see anybody else. Okay, Sharon will definitely follow up for you, my friend. Awesome. And I had a conversation with a couple of you during lunch. I'm always digging the feedback because there again is going to be a very large meeting with a lot of staffers to go back over all 12 days of class now that we've administered it. I'm curious. I feel like this whole equity multiple, looking at the pro forma spreadsheet is the easier stuff. Like this should have been day 1, not day 9. How's everyone feeling about what they're reading and seeing? I see Angela definitely giving me the head nod there. Anybody else, any thoughts? Because we've got to improve it before we present again in January. Any thoughts? I just got an I agree. Okay, a couple of amens in private. Awesome. Well, trust me, all this is trickling up, and we'll be sure to thank you, Benjamin. Even the stack, I heard the stack was really very helpful. We'll be restructuring for the second crew. I feel like we just need to give you all your certificates and your certifications just because, you earned it. You all have worked very, very hard. Thank you. So with all that said, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that feedback. I got to apologize because in putting all these PowerPoint presentations together, I have built over 1,500 slides, 1,500 slides. So when people jump on me for a page number, in the back of my mind, I'm just flipping out like, ah! So I thank you, but it's been tough. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's been extremely tough to catch it all, to see it all, to fix it all, to perfect it all. So when I ask for your feedback, my mind is numb. I really do need that feedback from y'all. So anything you feel like you need to say, please email me privately, text me later if you think it's gonna hurt my feelings. It is not. Truth be told, my buddy Niquay knows me. She knows she can say what she needs to say and not hurt my feelings. I really do need this feedback because we're going to be teaching this for a long time and we need to get it together. So thank y'all so much for all of this. Joe, I think we are going to move this chart up so we can start lighter and not start just so doggone heavy. So let's keep going. And I'm going to also take a bit of a diversion. I want to make sure, did everyone scroll up in the chat and see the list of contracts that we're covering tomorrow? So if you feel like you want it in print, now's your time to get it. And I'm going to take a little bit of like I said, I'm going to sidestep. Let me take down the class. I'm just going to show you what you're looking at so you can totally be ready for tomorrow. Let me just take the whole thing down. Let me take down what your the presentation that's up on the screen now. Let me shut her down and then open up the presentation. This way you'll have a clue about how it's going to go. Let's open up PowerPoint. And forgive me, y'all know I'm always all over the place. I got 3 screens in here. So let's see. Day 2, tomorrow. Let me run it for you. I'll show you a little bit about how that looks. And let me share the screen. Awesome. And then, all right, let me sneak peek you over to how we're going to do contracts tomorrow. You'll get this warning slide that, hey, this is the form number we're about to hit. I think I took maybe 1 or 2 of these out of order, but they mostly follow the order in your book. So when we get to the slides, you'll always have the number at the top of the slide. I want you to be aware, though, that for you to be able to see this, I had to split the pages up. So this will not be numeric in the sense that this is page 1 and then the next one is page 2. This may be the top half of page 1. So when I want you to see things, you'll notice they're circled, or you're going to start to see arrows and underlines pop up. So you can see exactly what I want you to look at moving around the page. We're going to have earnest money conversations. We need to talk about this feasibility period. And so the PowerPoint has been designed to show you exactly where we are so that you don't get lost in all of the lines, the check marks, the boxes, etc. There will be more the stars, hearts, underlines, circles, etc. But this is how it's going to be presented. Sometimes, not every time, but sometimes there will be, let me see, mostly in the next day, you'll start to see slides like this one, where I may circle some things, underline some things, and then I might put a box on the side with some text in it to remind you to do things or not do things. So this is how it's going to go for the second half of the day tomorrow, and just about the whole day on the 3rd, when all we're doing is contracts. But again, we're hitting these things bit by bit, so you miss nothing. I have already contacted the legal team on a lot of issues that it turns out I found in the slides. I wasn't expecting to find mistakes in our own contracts, but I did. So about 6 different issues were sent upstream as a result. So tomorrow, when we do contracts, if you see something in a contract that makes no sense or doesn't address an issue, can y'all let me know? Because there's a committee that meets every other year and they fix the contracts. So I've already sent my recommendations up because there's some stuff. After having to look at all of them for you, I realized there's some holes in our own contract. So with all that said, just wanted you to know what we're in for tomorrow. So if you feel like you need to print so that you can make the same notes on the slides, then print them out. If you feel like you can just visually follow along, no need to print. That's why I showed it to you. Anybody got any questions about how it's going to go tomorrow? Looks like everybody's pretty good. Awesome. Let me just check the other page. Everybody's good on my front page. That would be like Cheyenne and Joe and Veronica. You guys are good. And Twani and Matthew. Awesome. Chandra, we're all good up in there. Amen. Okay, so that's how tomorrow is going to go. Let me go ahead and get the original presentation back up on screen. Thank you for your patience with me. And now is your turn to talk because you're still our first group. What's it been like so far getting ready for a group presentation when the group is nowhere near each other? Are you all experiencing some issues? Do you have questions I need to get answered for you? Tell me what's going on so far.
Well, I think I'm the spokesman for group 1. I don't know that we necessarily, we tried to appoint the gal that skipped out on us, but I don't know, maybe that's why she left.
Now, she hadn't taken sections 1 and 2. She really stepped in on 3 and she'd rather begin at the beginning. So she left you.
We did assign several of us to one to search LoopNet, another to search RPR, and another to search Crexy to try to find properties. We haven't come back together with the properties yet to see if we agree or if we found the same thing. But having been one of those that's looking, the criteria that we're looking for in Dallas and Fort Worth is not that easy to find from what I can tell, but maybe not. Maybe it's just me not looking in the right place, but we'll find that. And then we have someone else in the group that's going to check out residential listings for the employees, since there's so many employees that are coming on board, to try to work with them on that too.
Amazing consideration. Hadn't even thought about that myself. And I've been looking at stuff for months. Oh, pretty good. That's impressive. I hope we didn't give away your strategy.
Oh, well, maybe you did. It's okay.
No, that was pretty impressive. Anybody else's group, how did you all do your workflow? What's it been like so far? Because again, you all should have been in the same room with each other and spent a couple hours getting her done and making the presentation. How's it going so far?
My group is going really good. I like that we basically split things up amongst each other, and you can definitely tell the struggle of doing it on Zoom and being in a classroom, because we have someone who doesn't have a microphone, so we can't like really communicate with them. And so that's the hard part with it, versus us being in a room and we all can communicate together. So it's sort of like a sign language thing there. And yeah, so I think like we all coming together, and also Benjamin, come behind after me if you like. We coming together and like giving everybody assignments and picking our areas. So I really like, it's really fun that we're working together.
That's good. Wonderful. Yes, ma'am. Angela.
So I have a question, because we came together and decided that we had one task that we were all going to work on just for once, and then get back together and then assign on that. But I guess my question to you is, how many little breakout sessions are we going to have so that we can plan those things?
First of all, if you need more, let me know. We can do one right now. I'll be honest with you. Y'all know me. I can run you through some curriculum. So if I need to shorten up what I'm doing so you can spend more time together, we can make that happen. So if you're feeling like, hey, we need more group time, you have but to ask. You need more group time?
I think we will need some more group time, but I think we will need, 45 minutes to probably do the initial research. So I don't know if tomorrow would be appropriate for more group time, or if we could just have, I had to do some work during lunch. So we didn't have, say 20 or 30 minutes to try to do the initial search once we determined what we needed to do.
Well, okay, I tell you what then. Thank you. Because again, all I know is when I built the class, not having done any of this, I built it so that you met at least 2, potentially 3 times per day up until the last day. But I only put you together for about 15 to 20 minutes at a time. And I'll be honest, I thought even myself that wasn't enough time. Y'all know how it is. Hey, what you doing? Well, let me return this phone call. Hold on 2 seconds. Let me get this email. And then you get to the group work. So it occurred to me that it might not be enough time. So it sounds like hands in the air or thumbs up. Do you all need a little bit longer for your breakout sessions? What do you think? A little bit longer? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Do you not care? Okay. Because you all know me. I can get you through curriculum, get you through an exam, but if you need more breakout time, we can do that. So duly noted, and I'll definitely add it in. Angela, even in this section of class, we can get more done today. Can we finish up a little early on Monday so we can do a quick run through? Good question. I think we can. Monday is more contracts. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Monday is all contracts all day. So the only caveat, Benjamin, is going to be this. Yes, we can wrap up a little early. You'll just need to stay on the Zoom, call, so to speak, so that your proctors and monitors know you're here. But yeah, we can wrap it up early for you and still take breaks through the day. Gotcha. What else have we got?
we're part of group 3, and I kind of want to mirror what Gail said, that I think she has the same scenario we do, and the parameters that we were given are a little not feasible. And I was curious if perhaps, I know we ran into some misprints in the book last go around where we bought like a 1 million square foot building for like
for $90,000.
Yeah,
right.
exactly. So I was wondering, is there maybe a misprint? Because we
but which part? Tell me what specifically you're looking at.
We are scenario 1, and it looks like they have a budget of $70 a square foot for a Class A building. And we're in the search phase right now, and we're having a lot of trouble. I mean, we understand that we can definitely present things that are a little out of budget if we can justify them, but we're not finding a little out of budget. We're finding a lot out of budget. So.
You know what? To your credit, if you need to make a massive adjustment because of everything you just listed, then you need to make a massive adjustment. If the book needs to be kind of rewritten, restructured, you let me know what you're coming across so we can do that. Chandra, there is really no wrong answer here. I'll be honest with you. So if that's what you've got to do to just, make the presentation, because the goal here is this. Can you say what you've learned all this time? Add a clause, say, PGI, say cash on cash, cash flow before taxes, blah, blah, blah. Just let the people who helped design all this know that you did pick up on a concept or two. So yeah, if you got to go outside of the area, like all the way outside of it, I don't see anything wrong with that at all. And I'll plead your case too, by the way.
Well, thank you. Awesome.
You're so welcome. Yes, ma'am. What else did you guys run across? By the way, one person who gave me a lovely call mentioned that they had found the one property they were going to present, and the expectation is that you present at least more than one. It's kind of like showing people houses. You don't say, hey, this is the one for you. Let's go. At least maybe 2, guys. Can we get at least 2 properties? And you can say, hey, here's the difference between these 2. And we're recommending this one over that one. That ought to be sufficient. So just make sure you gather at least more than one. What else you guys running across? Amy ain't spoke to me all day. Benjamin ain't said nothing to me all day. I'm feeling a little neglected over here. Any other issues logistically? Because it looks like we're going to have to do it this way next year as well. Any other issues with being online? I don't think it stated we have to only search in our area. And that's true, guys. You don't necessarily have to search in your area, but I think we need to rewrite the text to specify, because we're doing this virtually, move this around as you see fit. So let me just at least have said that out loud. Awesome. Well, then with all that on the table, and continue to send the feedback. Email me. I'm going to put my email in the chat right now, even though you get it at the end of every class. Let me know your thoughts about how this is working, because this is all very experimental. This is not how this was intended in the book. So there's my email for you. Boink, in the chat. Just let me know your thoughts if you didn't want to share out loud. And then let me get back to our share screen. I think I got the right class up. At this point, I have no idea what I'm showing you all. Let's see. I'm swimming in slides. 1,500 slides later. I'm shocked I even remember my own name. Is this the right one? Is this the one? Nope, that's not the right one. What did I just pull for y'all? That ain't even right. Look at that. That ain't even the right class. That was day one, excuse me. That was day one. Let me get rid of that. Let's try again. Let's do section 3, day 1. There we go. Anyone ever want to help me write curriculum? Holler. I know Sharon has volunteered to help. Sharon, 1,500 slides, my friend. You know I'm cross-eyed and crazy right about now. I've lost all of my mind. Here we go. We're going to start hitting some lighter content, which will allow us some time for y'all to get back in your breakout. So let's just kind of hit it and get on over with it. All right, so we're going to stop that. We're going to share the presentation back where we were on the screen, and lunch. You're looking at my book instead of what I need you to look at. And there you go, bam. Does anyone want to be an educator? I'm telling you, this is the most interesting thing. Does anybody want, no takers on instruction? No? Sharon said she's willing to come on to the dark side. Come on, Sharon. Again, 4 screens, 1,500 slides. I'm about done. I'm about tapped out, but let's hit it, y'all. Let's go ahead. So back to where we were, and I am going to make this pretty quick so you all can have another session. We were still talking about example 1 on that equity multiple and changing up a few things, mainly bringing in some lending. So we had an original sales price, if you go back in your book and look, at $9,175,000. And let's just say that got reduced by $2 million. So now the new purchase price is $7,175,000. We got some lending put in place, and your client is now only going to invest in cash $1.5 million instead of some of the other numbers were like 3 million and 4 million. Instead, we're only investing 1.5 million. And believe me, Sharon, Miguel, Santosh, Veronica, I'm just assuming you remember what you saw an hour and 20 minutes ago. But this is in your book, written very, very lovingly so that you can see what they were talking about. So when we go back to our original example, we invest that smaller number, 1.5 mil. The present value did not change. That number still stayed at 5 million. But now look what happened to the equity multiple. Because we put less cash in, we're drawing 3.29 times for every dollar what we put on up in there. I'm like, okay, now that's a good number. That's well above the 1, it's above the 2, and it's even above the 3 the client said they might have been looking for. This is a much better result for the buyer, but most sellers would opt for a carryback if given the option since it maximizes their return. Plus, the equity multiple would still be the same to the buyer, minus an adjustment for an increase in debt service. So this highlights the power of leverage. If we're having a loan come in and we're putting less cash in, then we are getting cash back considerably more than what we put in there. One more final point about that equity multiple. It can be a complement when you look at that number next to the internal rate of return number. We've covered the importance of that number to the investor, and the higher the IRR is, it suggests that there's a likelihood, for greater success in your investment. But something weird happened, and I gotta give our author a little credit for this. In those 3 examples, take a look at these numbers, no need to flip back. They came out this way. The internal rate of return figures came back at 11% for the first option or first pro forma. It came back at 6% for the second pro forma and 8% for the third one. In that same order, the equity multiples were different: 1.42, 1.33, and 1.17. Now hold up. How is it that the internal rate of return was higher for choice 3, but our equity multiple was lower? Also for choice 3. This is when it becomes your client's call. And your client is the one that's going to have to tell you which figure they value. Because one is all about a dollar amount and the other one is about a rate of return. What do they need to see? Do they need to see cash? Or do I need to see a percentage? How do I flow when I conduct business? And that's what that's all about. Let me get that chat back up. I just realized it was down. Oh, thank you for that note. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just reading some positive feedback in the chat, and I appreciate that, y'all. So notice example 2, the IRR, one more time, is the worst of the 3 examples, but its equity multiple is better than example number 3. So it's like, whoa, what do we do? And again, depending on what your investors' requirements are, they may deem one better than the other. Let me see, I think you might need to take a snapshot of this. This goes into your exam, but depending on the investor's requirements, that's what's going to tell us which one is the better choice. This is kind of when you back off a little bit. You can't say, Veronica, you got to take this one because the equity multiple was higher. You just can't go in there steamrolling people, telling them what to do. My client could care less about cash on cash. They did want to see the rate. So the IRR mattered to Greg, and he's in Canada. It mattered to him. Let me just show you this, because you're going to ask why. And I just said it, but I want you to see it. This is not in your book this way. I just thought it was an easier way to see it. The internal rate of return is measuring a percentage rate earned on each dollar invested. The equity multiple measures how much cash you're getting back for every dollar invested. Someone again may want to see a rate versus the dollar. Put another way, the internal rate of return, we are now in this box down here, takes into account that time value thing that threw us early in the sessions, time value of money, while the equity multiple does not. It's cash on cash. What am I getting back for? What am I putting in? On the other hand, equity multiple just describes, one more time, cash money. Its terms are much more absolute as opposed to the rate. And again, your client's call, not yours. I know, Gwen, I'm gonna get you over the rainbow, my friend. I'm gonna get you there. Come on. So now we lighten it up, and you all know how I feel about lightening things up. We're gonna look a little bit at our digital resources. Now, Matthew, this is when I'm starting leaning on you, my friend. Matthew, I have got to call the people at the CCIM and tell them what a wonderful ambassador you are for that designation and its products and benefits. I have never seen someone cut for an organization as much as you cut for CCIM. So really definitely step in on this part of the conversation. Plus, anyone who uses any of the software we're about to cover and you're something you like, you must share. I do not use every platform, and I'm not going to act like I do. So this is when you all must begin co-teaching each other one more time. So let's look at some of our software that we've got available. First of all, we've got Argus Valuation, and it is expensive. Even your book tells you it's expensive, and it's for asset and portfolio management. But it does have some, from what I understand, some very powerful cash flow analysis tools and some other analytics. Now, I'm venturing a guess. Erica, I think Argus is going to be working much better when we're dealing with big portfolios. We're buying 10 buildings at a time. Working for CB Richard Ellis, I'm working for Transwestern. I need to purchase, a 64-foot skyscraper along with the 3 buildings around it. Argus is a bigger tool. It's an industry leader for these types of applications, but given its costs, many of its customers work with high value assets and really, really big property portfolios. I never worked with Argus. It wasn't part of what I needed as a property manager. Has anyone in the room worked with Argus? Anyone been in there? No one's looked at it. I was hoping someone had seen it. Anyone? Nope. No, see. Okay, let's move on. Then we've got NAR. We've got some stuff that we work with through NAR, and there's 2 types of listing services specifically designed to support our community here. So here we go. The first type is a commercial information exchange. I've mentioned this maybe once or twice. It's a CIE. So when you want to call it an MLS, don't. That's not what we call it in commercial, right? Right, Angela? We call them CIEs, commercial information exchanges, not multiple listing services per se. Good tool for marketing and listing. So it's an exchange of information between the buyer reps and the seller reps, et cetera. CIE is not an MLS, therefore no commissions related to broker compensation have to be listed. Has anyone noticed? You go into LoopNet, CoStar, Comgate, knock yourself out. And the last piece of information you're going to locate is the what? The commission. Woo! You are lucky if anyone slips up and lists a commission. Has anyone ever seen one? Because it's rare. I don't think I've ever seen one. Yeah, I'm looking around the room and I do not see anybody listing it. Do you all remember the suggestion for what to do before you get a commission agreement on the table, what to do to lock down something? What do? I see Candace's lips. There it is, Miguel. Go ahead. Say it.
Get it in writing with an email.
Yes. Even if they corner you during a property tour while your client is off in La La Land having an imaginary construction session, and you get pulled to the side, Veronica, and the agent says, oh, hey, by the way, we're paying 4% on the base rents for the term of the lease. You're like, okay, yeah, great. And then when you finally put in your request for a check, it's down to 2%. Don't ever leave it verbal. If they said it, what do we do? Like Miguel said, we go back and say, hey, especially your girl, Miss Nikwe over there, because y'all know Nikwe is ready to drop that application. Y'all know she did her 2 transactions already. So someone like Nikwe, she's busy, but you say, hey, I'm super busy around here. Thank you so much for the wonderful property tour. And I know you mentioned commission, but I've completely forgotten what you said. Can you tell me again how much that is? And that's the first place you'll have it in writing. But to leave it out there just spoken, not your best bet. And again, I'm gonna highlight and tease Ms. Nikwe because she's ready. Is anybody else finished with their 2 transactions? Chandra. Uh-oh. Okay, now I'm gonna just say this because I feel like being a little messy. So I earned technically the very first TACS in Texas, technically. It was given to me because of all the work I've done. I've seen the exams, I've seen the questions, I've written the curriculum, got it. But now the question becomes, which one of you is going to be the very first one to get it? That's the question on the table. Y'all up for the challenge? Y'all better tell your brokers, come on now. I need to be the one. I need to be the first. But I am going to be asking for Texas Realtors Magazine to do a feature on the first group of folks who get their designation. So I hope you guys can be a part of that pool. And even still, I'd like to at least highlight the class. And it looks like you guys are going to be that class. So just want to let you know, trying to at least give you a little shine in Texas Realtors Magazine for being the first. I love you guys tremendously for this. So let's keep on moving down the line. We got more group work we got to get back to. The second type is a commercial industrial MLS, by which, you know, comparison is like the residential MLS. And it might include a little bit of some cooperation and compensation conversation, but not a whole bunch. So let's take a look right here. Please notice our turquoise. Got a little of it here. We got some names of some popular CIEs. Want you to notice them: Catalyst, CI MLS, Digsy, and LDCRE. So our commercial information exchanges and commercial industrial MLS providers have partnered with lots of different realtor organizations around the country. Different groups, even in Texas, are using different things. So not everyone will have access to the same stuff. So let's go ahead and look at it. Right now, let's just put it on the table. Candace, CoStar is the big dog. Okay, Miss Candace Spurlock is the big dog stomping. And it really is the one with which—
Don't dispute it. I ain't never disputed that.
You know, you're gonna fight with me, Candace.
No, ma'am.
You're not gonna fight? Okay.
No, ma'am.
It's the big one, but it has also got a big price tag. Has anyone priced it in your respective market? Please tell me out loud, how much is it costing?
It's $350 to $400. And if you're with a large company, maybe like KW, I think they can get it for $325 a month. So it is painful is what it is.
Well, and they're now offering new features. So when they come in to you with this, oh, we have this module now and this capability, they've quoted me up to $700 a month.
It should be, it's a monopoly and it's so wrong. And I just wish there was some way to fight it. It really is wrong.
There is. I got a partial solution for you, Angela. Give me about maybe 6 more slides. We're going to get there because I understand where you're coming from. Who else has priced it out in your market? So that was Austin and Houston. Who else priced it? Anyone else?
In DFW, I haven't checked in probably a year or two, but it used to be like $490 or $480, something like that.
I pay $425 a month.
My car note doesn't cost that much money.
Do you and do you have limited service or worldwide?
Limited.
I just have my work area, my limited area. That's how much it costs just for that.
Well, it just features like 6 listings. That's all. Just special features, just listings that are, you know, supposed to be premier listings.
That's LoopNet.
Oh, that's LoopNet. That's LoopNet.
Yeah, it sounded like LoopNet. Okay.
Yeah.
For me, DFW is $460 a month.
Wow, not cost that much a month. Ugh.
But once you got one deal, at least one deal, it's covered, all covered.
I mean, he's right. Okay, Matthew, my last building sold, I think the commission on that was around, oh gosh, was it $40,000 for one building? So yes, it makes sense. I get it. I got it, but I'm cheap. Okay. In my spirit, I'm cheap now. And if you're brand new, that hurts. No getting around it. That's painful. So to Matthew's point, dedication is a must. Either you're doing this commercial thing or you're not. But I will say this, and I need all my CoStar people to chime in, but there are some features in CoStar that are outstanding, that make it, I won't say worth everything they're charging. I think Angela's right. I think monopoly has a lot to do with why they charge as much as they do. But those cash flow analysis features, being able to see upcoming expirations of large anchor tenants, that stuff's valuable. What else is in there that you all like?
I think you made a good point that you can kind of go a la carte with CoStar, and you really need to do that because they're trying to sell me one thing over and over again, and I've told them no every single time because the comp feature that you pay X amount for, I was paying the exact same amount in New York where I had 100% of the comp data, and you want me to pay the same amount here in Texas with non-disclosure where I'm not getting 100% of the data. I can't justify that. But as for their monopoly, as of November 30th, the FTC is suing CoStar for their latest acquisition because of it being a monopoly. So it seems like the tides are a-changing, and 2020 is about to have its wrath on CoStar as well. Fingers crossed.
20 has had its wrath on everything and everyone, but it only seems fair that it's headed that way. But thank you for that update, Chandra. I appreciate that.
I hope something comes of it.
Amen. It's difficult because CoStar really is the clearinghouse for a lot of information. You want to, even in the capstone project that you all are doing, and you want to recommend a certain property, you may recommend it based on, oh, there's this particular anchor tenant there. Well, what if CoStar showed you that anchor is leaving in 4 months because they chose not to renew? Property not such a good place to go anymore. That's invaluable information. Uh-oh.
Or another way,
Sorry, emergency in the chat.
You can, it depends on which sector you are working on or which market territory. And you can subscribe those big firms, you know, some informations. They send out market analysis or property listings regularly. You can receive that email and talk to the listing broker. It's another way to save, you know, when you start it.
Thank you very much. I hope y'all caught what Matthew was saying, because it is just as easy to go to the listing broker. For example, there are things in CoStar that I may not have access to because I don't subscribe anymore. I let it go because I teach so much. But if I know that the property is listed with CV Richard Ellis, I just call the broker, or I'll go to the CBRE website instead and get that data directly from them. So excellent point. High five to Matthew for that piece of information. There are other ways to get around it, but just be aware that that's one option. So let's look at some other stuff. You've got some other things to look at as soon as my computer cooperates with me. There we go. All right, so we've got REIS, Real Estate Information Services, also provides subscription-based real-time information. Now, this thing was acquired by Moody's Analytics, and it is part of our member benefits from Texas Realtors. So when you mention that you're with Texas Realtors, when you call them for, getting the service, there's a discount built in. Now, I've not priced this one out because I don't have the luxury of time to discuss pricing, but this one is heavily used by members of the commercial committee, and a lot of people in Texas and in the Houston market use REIS by Moody's Analytics. This is to get a lot of market data and sub-market data, and Texas Realtors publishes a lot of what comes out of there anyway. So if you'll get a little more active on the Texas Realtors website in the commercial sections, some of that data is posted for you anyway. You can also pull it up through some connections we have on the Texas Realtors website with some of these data service suppliers and get what you need for your clients. Then we've got what Gail mentioned before, which is LoopNet. LoopNet is the listing resource, often confused with CoStar. They are from the same family. The logo is identical. It's just that LoopNet, again, is just the listing side, not the data clearinghouse that CoStar is. I've mentioned it before, it bears repeating. If you have a listing that you need to put up there, Santosh, you got a building you want to put out there, Gwendolyn, you can list without a membership and for free on CoStar. You do not need a CoStar membership to list. You will not be able to see your own listing, but you can call and have a representative put it up for you, give them the pictures, give them the data, send them the property flyer and whatever else you'd like them to have. They'll put the listing up for you. This way you are in touch with the full commercial real estate community, all those large companies and big ballers who do have subscriptions. Or if you want to put it on LoopNet, then you will pay and share. Gail, can you step back in? What were you doing now with your LoopNet subscription?
Well, let me unmute. I just featured like 6 listings, and is it 5 or 6? I think it's 6 that they charge me $425 a month for. And otherwise you list them and they're free, but who can find them? I mean, I just think that they're out there. They're marketed a lot stronger whenever you feature them, but you also get a list of the leads, people that have clicked on the flyer so you can follow up on them and stuff like that.
Yes, you do. You absolutely do get that list of leads. Now, let me just say this. LoopNet, not free. LoopNet is a subscription thing. They want you to get in and pay and do the monthly thing for a year. But with CoStar, what I found was interesting with the gas station that I had listed, I was getting calls several times a day, every day for a couple of weeks. It was impressive, the feedback I got for something even I could not see. And I've mentioned this before, because I had a regular representative who called me once a month, every month to say, hey, are there any updates to your listing? Any price reductions, price increases, changes in commission, whatever. She would say, well, is there anything else I can do for you? Because we had developed our little phone relationship. And I said, well, if you're asking, yeah. She said, what is it you need? I said, how do you feel about running a quick comp? And she did. So if you are a good relationship builder, if you're very good at being interpersonal on the phone, you can use that relationship for the occasional comp without necessarily having a subscription. So I found it very helpful to be very personable with my rep because, yeah, she saved me several $100 and I got what I needed. So how's that, Matthew? Pretty good? Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Hey, Mish, how does RPR reports compare to CoStar?
Well, let's see. And we're going to do massive RPR conversation in a little bit too. We'll be getting there shortly. But I do love RPR, and I can even show you, what am I looking for in my brain? My offer memorandum. Did I share that with the class yet?
Yes.
Those reports, some of them are outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. So there are good workarounds in RPR for what you need. And I'm going to be giving you all about 5 or 6 links to videos that are no more than 3 minutes here, 4 minutes there, 6 minutes there on how to use RPR commercial and RPR commercial for mobile. So there's even some mobile applications, but that'll be coming up. I want to say that's day 3, I think. Real Capital Analytics, RCA. This one's going to give you institutional level private market property sales information by subscription. So the strength of this one is that non-listed private transactional sales information is supposed to be available. Now, Chandra said the key phrase here, non-disclosure state. If people don't want to disclose what they paid for or sold a building for, they do not have to. And it is a hazard of our business. To some of my professionals in the room, how do you get around pulling comps when no one wants to tell it? What do you do? Go, Vangela. Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes I look to see if there's a lien or a mortgage on it. And sometimes I'll just do the math thinking they probably put down at least 20 to 30%. And if they've got a mortgage, that's 80% of the sales price. And I'm going to guess they got close to sales price. Because sometimes, I haven't had good luck with some of the comps in CoStar will be 4 years old and 20 miles away. So they're not as selective as you would want them to be.
Very true. And having worked for the companies that do a lot of the buying and selling, because I did work for a real estate investment trust, and that's all we did was buy and sell and buy and sell. We always had to sign disclosures acknowledging we were about to get fired if that information got leaked in any way. They did not want to disclose any information about what they paid for a building or sold a property for, period. I think that had a lot to do with keeping investors happy at certain levels. You know, shut up about what you know, but we wouldn't share it with any of these listing services, that's for sure. So any other solutions to running comps? Matthew, I see the people's eyebrow. Come on, you have a shared solution, my friend?
Get to know some property managers.
Yeah.
But that means you need to bring cookie baskets. You need to bring us snacks. I'm just saying.
You know, join some chapters.
That's true.
You know, get to know people, get to know the information. Probably sometimes you will hear some inside information.
And that's so true. So what Matthew is telling you is actually just straight up truth. Going to some of these organizational meetings, yeah, somebody might whisper a little something to you that'll help you out. Relationships, again, goes right back to relationships. That's how you get through this business. And to my friend who left a private message, I'm glad to hear that we're okay. Thank you very much for that. Raymond, CompStack, I want you to do me a favor. Can you type the rest of what you were trying to say about CompStack in the chat? I see it in there. And we're about to take a sidebar and a break in just a second here. Let's see, we got maybe one or two more of these to go. RPR, bam, there it goes. What? Love them. You need to make sure that when you go to RPR, and there's the link right there in the green box, right in the middle of it, that you go to the commercial tab. That's what's in this orange box, a reminder to go to the commercial tab because it's defaulted for the residential side. Residential is going to be blue. Commercial is this burnt orangey brown color that'll visually remind you that you're on the commercial side. Loving some RPR here, but we are at a point where we're at a break. So why don't we do that? Come on back about 5 minutes after 2. 5 minutes after 2. So you get a 15-minute break. And then we go into session. Does anybody know what that snack is called? If you know what that is, holler. Still trying to figure it out. To my friend with the small emergency, I got your messages. Thank you for the update. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sharon, you're having a certificate issued, right?
I'm sorry, what, I'm having a certificate. I need one issued and I need to show that I completed tax 2.
Gotcha. Let me go ahead and send the same message up that I did for our other colleague because he did indeed pass, but for whatever reason didn't get his certificate. So can you private chat me your license number, please?
Yes.
Thank you. And then let me go ahead and send a message up to the top and see if they can help figure out what happened to you, my friend.
Well, it might be because, that girl from Metrotex called me saying they couldn't see me anymore on the thing, but I came back and signed out.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because it looked like you were there, but blacked out.
Yeah, but I submitted my exam and everything.
Well, you know what? I don't know what happened with our other friend, even though they did locate his certificate and he's been resolved. So whatever that was, maybe that's your situation too.
Okay.
Let's notify the powers that be. You know, what's been really amazing is how much patience you all have had for me having to put out little fires and unexpected things in this class. I just really, I couldn't have got a better class. I promise.
Well, I feel more confident today than I did after the last two.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
But my commercial deal didn't go through, so I'm going to have to work with someone to get 2 deals done.
Yes, ma'am. And you've got the time. You definitely have the time to get her done. But I did ask that we try to get a feature done on our first, graduating class, even though we're still waiting to see who our first certificate earners are going to be. That's exciting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Let me text the boss guy. We're coming back in about maybe 2 or 3 minutes, so grab your coffee, snacks, and be ready to hit it. We're going to go into a breakout session again and let you guys get back together. Helping me and when we redesigned the class, you know, their input has been priceless. So with all that said, I think I'm back on an open microphone anyway. It's time for me to get back in class. So I will holler at you later, my friend. Okay, bye-bye. Hey guys. Oh, well, Carolyn went and got the snacks for real. Carolyn, I mean, what we snacking on, my friend? Yes, ma'am. I am a popcorn fan. Love popcorn. My teeth don't, but I do. Okay, so someone asked in the chat what programs and services I use. Because of my background, the services that I used were different than the ones you guys are looking at. In the property management lane, I was using things that were like Goldmine, Yardi, definitely massive Excel spreadsheet. I mean, massive Excel spreadsheets. You have no idea. Matthew, you may really appreciate this one, but when we would have a building that had several, I used to manage a property here in Houston on right off of 290, Mangum, and Central Parkway. We had 8 buildings on the one property. We had about, I don't know, 100 something tenants. And when you get a spreadsheet for one property, you still get a spreadsheet, but it's got one tab at the bottom for every single tenant. And all of the formulas across all 100 tabs need to line up for every single one. And if one formula in one square on page 89 is off, you better be good enough to find it. So yeah, they look at Matthew, he's like, heck yeah. And it's crazy, which is why I'm still trying to bribe Matthew to help correct all of the flubs in the text, because I can't look at it anymore. Matthew, I can't do it, my friend. I'm tapped out. But I was using property management software primarily. I was also getting a lot of phone calls from CoStar. So my job with CoStar was to help populate it with data. So when they did